Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying.
Welcome to the quarterfinal of the Open World Cup and the semi-finals of the Women's World Cup. Almira and I are two-timing today. Two-timing in that we have two different time controls because the men are on the rapid time control for the tie breaks, and the women are in the second game to the quarterfinal regular classical chess Open World Cup. So and the we have only 3 games today. Sam Shankland and Sergei Karyakin, and of course Sergei Karyakin won in quite spectacular style yesterday. A brilliant sacrificial game to preserve his chances in this event. In the Women's Cup, we had 2 draws. So Alexandra Goryachkina saved a rather unpleasant position against Anna Muzichuk, and Tan Zhongyi had a fairly turgid draw, I would say, against Alexandra Kostyniuk. But I'm expecting a more open fight today.
Yes, Nigel. Actually, this situation reminds me of physics once again, because
Alexandra Goryachkina
if you're interested, for example, in the multiverse theory. So this is exactly the case that we have today. We have these rapid games and the classical games. So both universes are existing, parallelly, in parallel. So I think that first we will concentrate on the tie breaks.
Yes.
Of course, we will have an overview of the opening in the ladies' event. But,
yes.
This tie break is of a crucial importance.
Yeah. And we'll get to the climax faster. That's more to the point.
So Sam Shankland is waiting for his opponent, Sergei Karyakin. Still has a few minutes before the start of the game.
Yes.
I wanted to remind you, of course, that Sergei Karyakin is the last winner of the World Cup still in the race. This is already a tremendous achievement.
The last previous winner.
Yes, previous winner of the World Cup. He was also a runner-up of the World Cup, and here he is coming back to an optimal form.
Yes,
I would say.
Yes.
Anna Muzichuk and Alexandra Goryachkina is on your screen. So ladies are playing on the stage today. Alexandra Kostyniuk is playing against Tan Zhongyi with white pieces. Here is the chief arbiter, Laurent Frey.
So kept things well under control in this event. I'm not aware of any incident at all, and that is quite an achievement if you consider the huge number of games there were, particularly in the first couple of rounds.
And as you can see, the wall on this stage is covered with our partners and sponsors. So let's use this moment and say thank you to our sponsors. A lot of them. We have the general partner of the championship, which is a global energy company, Gazprom. Gazprom supplies natural gas and all other energy resources all over the world. We have a Russian company, Norlikin, which is a leading Russian metals and mining company, and is the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. They awarded also a special prize during the tournament, the Nor-Nickel Crown. It was awarded for the best games. And we also have Fosagro, which is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers. It's one of the strategic partners of the Russian Chess Federation and FIDE, and it supports chess for many, many years. So let's get back to the games, Nigel.
Yes, and we're watching now on our screens. Sam Shankland is playing the exceedingly popular Catalan opening.
Interestingly enough, these players have never played each other before this tournament, so their first classical games ended in a bloodbath.
Yes.
One victory each. And here we are in the tie breaks. Bishop g5 was played, yes?
Yes, it's interesting this, if we just go back here, that in the old days, the move queen takes c4 was just, it was the main move, and a4 was less popular. But nowadays, a4 is very much the main line. So let's just go on. So bishop g5, knight d7. So what are the characteristics of this position?
Knight c3 and h6 was played, Nigel.
Sorry. So what are the characteristics of the position? Well, Black has succeeded in developing his bishop well on c6, where it opposes its counterpart on g2, the famous Catalan bishop. On the downside, White has more control of the center, and I think this is an important feature. And furthermore, it's quite difficult for Black to obtain any pawn breaks. So there have been different approaches to these positions. They used to do very, very often with Black this a6 to a5 to gain control of the b4 square. And, well, we'll see whether... I mean, Anatoly Karpov was playing in such a way, so it can never be bad. But I think the current fashion is to keep the pawn on a6 because it gives you more chances for making a pawn break, especially with c5. So we're having a little pause, and we should also consider here the Sam Shankland's choice of giving up the two bishops. So he's played bishop g5, he's exchanged off immediately. This makes it very difficult for, or more difficult for Black to obtain this advance in the center. And for the time being, he's just preparing a retreat for his queen, if need be, maybe back to e2. He's going to put his rooks in the center. He'll probably want a central advance.
Nigel, I wanted to ask you, of course, one question about the opening, because as far as I know here, this is a peculiar move because it was used only a few times, because as you rightfully explained, for example, white plays here rook f1 and wants to play e4, or, for example, plays b4, once again against this idea a5, or rook f d1, or even goes for the most principled and concrete line knight e5.
Yes.
So how actually bishop f6 is becoming more and more standard in this position, but how to explain this move?
I think one of the problems for black is it's simply not that easy for him to arrange his forces. He's got a very, very solid position, and he's got the bishop pair. So he clearly has some assets here. But this is a very interesting move. What is this move? Sorry, I've just...
Yes, queen d6, because it just appeared.
No, I mean, it's the move rook f to b1.
He wants to play b4.
He clearly wants to play b4. And I think this is the simple answer to your question, that what he's done with e3 is stabilize his center. So he's protecting his d-pawn. He's given himself a retreat square, and now he wants b4 and b5. A minute ago, Almira, you suggested a couple of alternatives, and somewhere around here, you were suggesting the move knight e5 has been played. The problem with knight e5 is that it enables black to play in a very, very simple way. And now the break with the move c5 becomes slightly easier to effect. And it's still a game. White still could perhaps claim a tiny advantage, but it makes it relatively straightforward for black to play. So Sam is keeping more tension. And that's an interesting. It is an interesting. I don't think I've seen this particular idea. So it's interesting to me how the thoughts are changing on these lines. That very often black would play a5 voluntarily, as well. He's now done a5, but here, Shankland. Things have gone so far that Sam Shankland is actually provoking him to play a5.
And I think he did it.
He did. It's already appeared.
A5 was played on the board. I was keeping an eye on the games in the ladies' event. We will get back to those ones shortly.
We will certainly have a thorough look at the games in the women's semi-finals.
So the idea of queen d6 is to play queen b4 and to take with the pawn?
Well, I think one of the ideas is you simply want to develop your rook on d8.
Yes,
so your rook has a half-open file to come to d8. Once it's on d8, it is better placed. You've arranged your forces quite well. And So it's just getting the queen out of the way and possibly coming to b4. I don't think you're in a hurry to come to b4.
I'm trying to find the drawback of this move, which we could exploit immediately. So, of course, I would want to play e4 and e5.
Yes.
So how to make it happen? Then you will simply exchange your bishop.
Yes.
And this will be a much easier position.
And very often you have these positions now. Has he moved yet? He's gone queen e2. And a very typical move here would be bishop takes f3, exactly at this point.
And c6.
And c6.
So bishop f3, c6. For the moment, you can not play e4 because the queen will take on d4. And then Black asks a very simple question: what is your rook doing? What are your rooks doing?
What is your plan?
What is your plan?
And it's not very obvious. I mean, sometimes they're able to play things. They make these quiet moves. They play h4. The rook comes to the d file, let's say. They play h4. They go king g2. Somehow they try and gain some space and come forward. In the meantime, Black could be arranging for the e5 push. It's, you would need to get a rook on the d file first. You maybe even double on the d file, and you're looking for this break here.
Yes, I think that e5 break is the most precise in this position, because if you will aim for c5, for example, then you give up this very important square b5, and white will gain an edge, and a very long-term edge in this position with no counterplay for Black. Nigel, another idea that I had, which when you mentioned this plan with h4, could we do something like this, king g2, rook h1, and g4 then?
Is it possible? All of these things are possible, but it's slow.
It's slow, okay.
Yeah. So I'm not saying they're out of the question. He's taken f3.
Bishop f3 and c6.
This is extremely Karpovian, this setup, because Anatoly Karpov had a very, very narrow repertoire. So with Black against d4, he essentially had two things in his repertoire, and he had Queen's Gambit and the Queen's Indian. You can prevent the Queen's Indian by playing the Catalan. You play g3 and bishop g2. So then you got him down to something even narrower. And he had very, very limited choices within the Catalan. But he made a living out of this, a very successful living, one of the greatest players in history. And he was always playing positions like this.
Well, and he felt those positions. The most important is that you feel these positions, you know the plans. And he was playing them admirably well. So rook d1 was played, and g6. G6 is an interesting move. So does he want to, simply to consolidate, play king g7, h4, h5, so you no longer have this g4 plan, or regroup with rook fd8, bishop f8, and bishop g7?
Yes.
Which one is more...
Well, I think...
sound here.
Well, h5, I think.
Yes, this
h5.
H5, yes, of course, is
just absolutely okay.
It's planned against h4, but then would you bring your bishop to g7, or you would put your king to g7? Maybe something like this that I was looking at.
I always like to move my rook first, and possibly put the bishop on g7. It's not a bad plan at all. I'm not sure where I want the bishop, though. That's the thing. I'm looking to make the e5 break. That's what
then your bishop will be even more powerful, I feel.
Well, it could be, or it could come to b4. So, so you spend 2 tempi there, and you might not be, if you play e5, e5 is thematically met by d5. So that's the issue.
But then, maybe we should trade knights here. I was thinking how to make this play work for white. Maybe they need to trade knights here.
Yes, but then you've got no pawn breaks.
Yes, but then you're trying to squeeze your opponent.
Yeah. I think the problem with this is squeezing is very, very difficult here. I could play rook to d8, and
but what was played? Sorry, Nigel, just a second.
There is some. I didn't see this. I don't think he's played.
No, he actually played this queen c2.
Yes.
And rook d8. So yes, let's get back to this one, just to understand the position. If knights were
you don't really have any breaks here. I think this is the fundamental problem with this. I'll put a rook on d8, and you know I can even play f5. It's not stupid,
really?
Yeah, because what are you doing? What are you doing here?
So
look, I mean, it's white's move.
Imagine I will play queen c2 like in the game. So would you play 5 here?
I can do it.
Then bishop g2 and then
bishop f6. I'll just say, what's the big deal? I don't see it's a great plan. It's without knights. I can even play like this.
Okay, it's a very important explanation. And Sam Shankland went queen c2,
and now he's
knight e2. So
because
that's the route. Okay,
I think he's got to keep knights on if he's got any hopes for an advantage.
Okay, so that's a very interesting route. But then why can't I start with e5 here?
You probably can.
I think that Sergei went for king g7 as we were expecting, but then.
And maybe he's just waiting for knight f4.
And okay.
Yeah, and because this is just an absolutely fine position. So he's put his king there, and if knight f4, which is trying to reroute to d3 and to e5 or c5 or whatever, then black strikes with e5 and without problems, absolutely without problems here.
King g2, another waiting move.
Well, it's not it's an improving move. It's not a waiting move. Tell me any position where the white king is going to, any variation where the white king is going to be worse on g2 than on g1. Well, maybe if you lose a bishop to e5 and e4, but that's about it, you know. And ordinarily, it just makes things more secure. You've got a light squared bishop, your king should be on a light square. Your opponent's got a dark squared bishop. You don't want your king on the same square as his.
And queen c7.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting.
So white is improving and black is just waiting. That's the strategy for the time being.
For the time being. It's possible he wants his bishop on b4. Sometimes you can just plonk it there.
So bishop b4, and then maybe
another plan.
Should we try knight e5, knight b4?
Well, you can do, but then you might get into trouble with
e4.
Well, not so much that. I'm more concerned of some threats coming on the king's side. It's possible. It's not. There's another issue that when you get your knight to b4, you sometimes find that you've occupied this square, but then you're doing nothing.
Yes, but you can still admire yourself.
You could admire yourself in the mirror.
In the mirror, yes.
There are some comments as to whether the players need to conform. Sorry, the commentators need to conform with the FIDE dress code. Is that right? Do you know? Is that in the regulations?
No, I don't think so. Sometimes it is so hot in our studio.
It's very hot here, I can tell you. So we are sweating. We've been here for weeks. So
today's our casual
casual day. It is dress down Saturday. That's
Well, normally, yes, we have a casual Friday, but today's Saturday. Yes, I lost track of time. I don't know what day are we today. Today is Friday. So
Friday,
here
is
it
it?
is. Yes, so casual
that's
Fridays. Yes, then.
Thank God it's Friday. Okay.
And I have a very important manifesto on my shirt. So it's like girls.
Oh, right. Okay. So supporting
the ladies.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at on the subject of which. Let's have a look at the women's semi-finals.
Yes, so just a second. This happened. Bishop c4, c5. It was the Grunfeld defense. As you know, Maria plays the Grunfeld, and Anna started also to play the Grunfeld. So we will get the position on your screen, and this variation happened.
Okay.
Knight g2, knight e2, and normally black replies with knight c6 or c takes.
Yeah, that's what's happened.
Knight c6
and queen a5 check. This is one of these little moves here. Queen a3, and this is some sort of tacit offer of a draw, because sometimes you can have there's another thing. Queen d8 is a tacit offer of a draw, not this one. Rook, the queen has gone to a3, rook b1, and always some little tactics that knight takes here would be met by bishop b4, so clearly out of the question. Castles. So the d pawn is defended indirectly.
Then would you go for bishop g4 here, Nigel? Because normally with the knight on f3 you would go automatically for bishop g4. Okay,
yes.
And that was play. Okay, I anticipated the move. I wanted to understand what happens on f3 here. How would you react?
You would. I don't know. You go back to c8. I don't know.
Because can we exploit?
Has this been played?
I have to see to find out. No, actually, d5 is the move which is played here after bishop g4.
Why don't they play f3?
Well,
come on, tell us.
Let me have a look. f3 actually was played a few times, but not on a very high level. Let me find out why. f3, well, black had nothing better than to play bishop c8. Probably now that you take with check, yes? Maybe you provoke f3. And then you go back to bishop c8.
Well, I am befuddled by this plan. I'm totally befuddled. Do you approve of that?
Maybe there is.
Is that what they taught you in Moldova? You develop your bishop and then put it straight back? Is that what they...
Sometimes when you provoke f3, yes.
Yeah, but this is a valid. Yeah, but okay. But now king h1 or something. I haven't really got it at all.
Okay, you can have bishop g4, d5. Seems to be the main line here.
Yeah.
Or black could actually continue with queen d6. What would you prefer?
But that hasn't happened, has it?
I don't know yet. Bishop g4 happened actually on the board. Okay, it's on the board.
Yes.
So let's see. Let's consider our options. We have f3 and d5.
I have no idea. Well, why do you want to play? I don't understand anything here.
Haven't been tried on a very high level either, so that's quite a rare variation once again.
Are we missing something?
I would start by f3.
Yeah,
so
I certainly would.
Yes, we need to find out what is the continuation. There was another game where I just had a look where on f3 black played bishop e6. Is this a move?
Really?
Maybe this is
the idea.
The subtlety of this opening. Now, of course, if you take and you take, then this pawn is very much vulnerable. So you would go probably rook.
So the point is the d pawn is hanging. So how do we? We've got 2 pawns hanging.
Okay. We have a worse structure, certainly, but as we know, Grunfeld is a very dynamic opponent.
Maybe the issue is that, let's say we try and do something. I'll tell you what I'd be trying to play, but I can't get it to work. The move I want to play is e5, but I can't do that. I'd want to go e5 there. The problem is that after rook d8, I'm going to get the d pawn is under attack, and I just ideally I'd like to defend it, but I can't because of bishop e5. And the point of e5, just strategically, is it is burying this bishop. Yeah. And sometimes it will even not matter if you lose a pawn on the other side.
But Nigel, then, look, can we make it work in this way? I really like this idea, and especially the strategical explanation. So rook d8, then give it. Do we have a chance to give it?
Yeah.
And can you bury this bishop? Just give this. If we can survive somehow here,
just
like after
takes queen. Takes queen c2 or something.
Yes. And
I think we're not. Yeah. Look, it is a very interesting strategic concept, but I suspect we can't do it because g5 will come at some moment. Rook d8 first. Yes. We have a problem with our bishop
as well.
So I think gambiting the d pawn is a good idea, actually, on principle. I mean, it's an interesting idea just to keep that positional advantage, but I don't think we can achieve it.
And what I wanted to show you here, strangely enough, just a move behind d5, like after d5, what follows, if it's even more strange, it's b5.
Ah, yes, absolutely obvious. Yeah, so, well, of course.
All a few games that I've seen right now, then this is getting completely messy. So Anna is probably going for a more positional approach: bishop g4, f3, and bishop e6.
All right.
But then, can we continue after bishop e6 a bit, and we'll get back to the tie breaks?
Let's get back to the tie breaks. Okay. So
simply this.
Yeah, 95.
Yes, and black is okay.
And black is good.
We'll get back to the tie breaks.
Let's have a look at the. Let's have a look at the other game. Did we look at the?
Let's do it back and forth.
Back and forth. But we didn't. Did we look at the other?
Yeah, we'll get back to it.
Women's game. Did we look at it at all? Yes.
So first.
Back and forth. Oh right. Okay, that's what we want.
If nothing dramatic is going on in this game, yes, we're going back to the ladies' event. So a few moves have been played. Actually, rook ac1, rook c8, queen b3. White is maneuvering for the moment.
And black is maneuvering.
Yes, black is adapting.
Yes.
To white maneuvering. So rook c2. Strangely enough, Sergei doesn't want to play e5 for the moment.
Well, he's going to do it. He's going to do
Bishop
it in
b4.
That's why That's why he put the rook on c8. This is an anticipatory move.
So Rook d7.
And this is it. Now he's...
He played rook cd8 first, actually.
Okay,
you should
it's
not,
ready
well,
for...
I mean,
yeah, you can do that, but yeah,
knight
d5, knight d5. Okay. Yeah, that's... All black's pieces are well placed there.
Okay, so white played after rook cd8, knight f4, and e5 here. D takes, queen takes, d7, and knight d3.
Queen e7.
Queen e7 was played. Both players still have quite a lot of time, like roughly around 15 minutes each. So should we go for e5 here? e5, for example, knight d5, and I would want to put my rook on the e5 and push e6, but for the moment it's not possible. So then queen e7.
I think black is doing absolutely fine. He's doing absolutely fine. There is a question of whether we can play knight takes b4. Let's have a look at some little tactics here, because if rook takes d1, we've got knight takes c6. And if you play queen takes b4, I take...
And you have a5.
And I've got e5, which doesn't exactly win because knight e5 is still a move.
But then what is this?
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for white. And maybe winning even in the end game. Rook d4.
Rook d4 here, but then the pawn endgame is probably lost.
Yes.
No? So then you have to... Then
so he would have limited choices there. A takes b4.
b4. But then why not? Because if I will manage to bring my knight to e5 for c5...
Yeah, of course, that knight will be coming round.
Okay, here, rook e1.
Yes, that was the idea, in fact. But, yeah, this is possible, because now, you know, sometimes these pawns, like a pawn like that on b4 can be good. Sometimes it's just a weakness.
Okay, Nigel, I wanted to challenge your queen somehow, but for the moment it's not possible, and to get to d2. If I exchange queens here, I feel that I will be fine. What do you think? Can we do this?
Sorry, what's that?
No, because I believe that if we will manage to exchange, to trade the queens, then we're going to be fine. But how to do this?
Yeah, but you're going to be even better or something. So what do you want? Rook
d4.
Rook d...
I wanted to protect the pawn and play queen e6, but maybe I'm too
rook
late.
Yes. Yeah, rook d4 is good. It's probably good.
So...
I think black has got no problems at all. I don't think a player like the Minister of Defense is going to be too bothered with this.
Okay, so let's quickly have a look at the second game of the women's semi-final. Alexandra Kostyniuk is white against Tan Zhongyi, and we will get back to the tie breaks. So that's the position on your screen.
Yes.
The Chinese is playing the Russian defense, Petrov against Alexandra Kostyniuk. It's very symbolic in a way. So, c4.
Did you know that I've only played the Scandinavian once in my life, and that was against Magnus Carlsen.
Alexander.
I didn't play the Norwegian opening because I'm not sure what the Norwegian opening is. Somebody will tell me in the chat.
So you will try this next time.
Next time, yes.
c4. It's a very interesting line against the Petrov. So the idea is being that you do not allow black to play d5 comfortably.
Yes.
So knight c6. d3 first. You're chasing this knight away. Knight f6, d4. And this is going into some exchange French type of position. So bishop b7 and d5.
It is just an exchange French. If d5 had been played, but chose not to.
What I wanted to know is why.
I've absolutely no idea.
Because she went for bishop b7. Maybe Alexandra spotted this line in her preparation. Maybe Tanjungi avoids this type of position, so she went for bishop b7. Then, of course, d5.
Knight g7 in the Roy Lopez is called Norwegian. Not in my book. It's not. It's called something else.
Bishop b2, knight f3. Okay.
Yes.
You would have
h5.
So with the idea of probably of playing bishop g4, yes? Here. Then h3. So you will castle
h5. I like h5. Because it's
such an unusual move.
It's so impudent. That's why I like it. I mean, White hasn't castled. White hasn't done anything to, just committed any weaknesses or anything. Just, let's go for it. h5. Get Harry advancing up the board.
Pure heresy. Bishop b5 then, knight c3, queen d7, bishop a3, a6, and a4. Both sides are actually waiting because it will be not so easy to castle for black here.
Yes.
That's why Tanjung is thinking here, because the immediate... what would happen after this? Would I go for g4?
This is Kramnik chess, isn't it, basically? This is what we've got.
So should we go for g4?
I think... but what you can do, Almira, is just play a5. You just play positionally. A5, take some space. And then we can just castle short.
So this is not one of those positions where you, you castle long because, then black will play b5.
Yeah, well...
And try to play g4.
You can try and play g4, but I don't see how you're going to get it to work. And castling long once you've already played a4, look, it's the Cosio defense, correct. Knight g7 in the Spanish is the Cosio defense. So I forget what the Norwegian opening is. North Sea. North Sea, isn't that British? Oh, no. We won't go there. There is the North Sea.
So, okay. We will wait for black's choice in this position, and let's get back to Sam Shankland and Sergei Karyakin. What is the position right now on the board? Actually, he played e5 immediately, knight d5, and queen c2. Now black has an extra option to take with the knight on b4.
Yes, but I don't like the position of the knight
c7.
I was about to say I don't like the position of the knight on d5 because it can be taken at any time, and it's also obstructing the other pieces. So the question is knight takes b4 a good move at the moment?
As in our previous line.
So we've had this. Indeed,
we
rook
cannot
takes
take here because we have knight c6.
Yeah.
So bishop takes c6, and then
you're winning a pawn.
Well, I mean, just to show.
Queen c6.
But look, Nigel, maybe here it will not be enough. Because I'm controlling this square, so if I will manage to bring my knight here, it will be fine.
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, with the queens on, no, I think you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble here.
Yeah.
So I have no.
Even with this, yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're completely without drawing prospects. So, did you notice
He's going for knight b4.
manner with which Sam played that? It was interesting.
I mean, very determined.
Well, determined, I don't know, tense, or I don't know what this is. Queen d2. I mean, he looked very much on edge, to my mind. Did he forget about Queen d2?
And 96 is coming.
96 is coming. If I were white, I'd start looking for a draw pretty damned quickly.
So
Queen e7. Queen
e7, knight e6.
6, and then I'd start looking at bishop e4, or
we can still take here.
Or you can take it. You can take it.
For the moment, the thing is that
maybe no.
I was afraid
Sorry. Knight d5 could have been played instead. Here. Knight d5 was better. The previous move.
Here, knight d5.
Because now I've got knight e3 check as a possibility.
And then it's
Queen takes d5 check, and then.
So he goes for Queen d6 and.
Yeah, but then knight e6 I like.
Yes.
I like black. Oh, sorry, he's got queens on pre. Sorry, what am I talking about?
I'm looking. Not Queen e7.
I'm
but
looking
Queen
at
d6,
looking
yes.
at the.
That is the position. Yes, he went for Queen d6. Probably a knight d5 here then.
No, hang on a second.
The thing is, what I wanted to show is probably.
He's winning by tactical.
Yes, bishop
c6.
Yes, but I don't know.
Can he do it? Does it win?
Let's see. That's what I was trying to calculate.
A5.
Yes.
And A6.
Yes.
Wait. He's winning.
Yes.
He's winning by force.
This is winning.
Bishop c6. Amazing. He's going for it. That's why he's jumping up and down. You can see the tension. Whoa! Yes. Oh boy! Oh boy! Amazing.
I think you should go.
No, bishop takes b7 wins.
Are you in time?
I'm in time.
Okay.
Go. Bishop takes b7 takes d7, king f6, a5, finished.
And
king
A6.
here, a6, finished. Anywhere, doesn't matter. a7. Whoa!
We saw this.
A little bit slow, but that's why he was jumping up and down like a yo-yo.
Yeah. Idea, yes.
Amazing.
Okay, so what's to do here? b6 maybe, the only chance, the only practical chance. I need to play b6.
Okay, you found a move that doesn't
lose
on the spot.
Yes.
That's always a good idea.
But then maybe
f4.
You don't even want to.
I want to stop your king coming to. Maybe you could.
f4. I will put my knight on c5, and then king f3, king f6.
Yeah, you start to come over.
King e3, king e6.
d7.
d7, and I will not be able to hold this one. Probably.
Well, hang on a second. Unless you can take it. Can you?
Okay, let's check.
I've gone f4, which was a weakening move. I can never count these things. Takes, king d4, king e6.
But I'm far more advanced.
King you get this one, and you're just way too fast. Correct. Yeah.
Well,
so he's gone b6 and he's gone bishop d5.
But this is such an amazing idea, bishop c6, with the a few pieces left on the board.
He spotted it a mile off, actually. You spotted it a mile off. Well done, Almira.
So bishop d5, and now maybe knight c5 here?
Yeah, and then, which he's done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering whether it's b3. b3, just.
Just b3 here. Okay.
Yeah. Almira.
Nigel, somehow I start questioning my life choices,
What?
Sitting here in the studio.
Next to me. It's a very, very bad idea. That's.
So, let's see how this will continue. Knight c5, and he goes for king f3. Actually, when the knight is not on a6, you don't have these checks anymore. So maybe the king should march towards the b4 pawn.
Yes. Yeah, this is probably very good because, yeah, he's putting his king on f4.
So
just let's say king.
The thing is, this on white squares.
That's
the biggest problem.
That's the fatal. So you go king
f6.
f6.
Okay.
And then if I play b3, can you? Yeah, you can just. It's hopeless. b3 and then king f4.
Mm-hmm. We cannot transpose into the pawn endgame.
It's gone
there is
here.
There is no
I
way
think b3 is just. Yeah. If you go.
Maybe knight d7. Can I wait?
Well, you can't wait because
you will go here, and then I will put my knight here. So
yeah, because you'll never maintain this this knight, king d4. You can never maintain that knight, and I'm just going to come and gobble your queen side
and
with f4 at some point. He's played b3.
So b3 was played. Maybe then it was possible to go the other way, but okay. We cannot protect everything at the same time.
So is this victory made in Scotland? That's my question. Because, you know, Sam Shankland has been working very hard with Jakob Aagaard from Glasgow. And it's loads and loads of tactical training, not only tactics, of course. Yeah, this move is hopeless. I mean, I'm not blaming Sergei Karyakin for this move, but it is pretty hopeless.
You can simply take and take on
take
f7.
It and take on f7. I mean, he knows he's busted. What is his idea? King f6 probably at that moment. I'm not sure. Maybe that's his idea.
Even bishop c4.
Anything is winning here. I can play bishop c4. No, I'll play king e5.
Yes.
But
bishop c4, yes.
King e5, and then king e3, for instance, and then I just if
go
you
to f4.
I'll go to f4 if you do that. It's trivial. It's really, really trivial. It's an excellent combination. Extremely precise calculation by Sam in a position where I didn't think that much was going on, but he spotted an opportunity. Yes, it's let's get back to the position on the board. Not quite sure why he's thinking here. I mean, it's a fairly simple win. King e3 wins as well, but he's done it, actually, king e3. And this is another way to do it, because he can just go king c4 and take these pawns. He's resigned. Yeah. So, superb play, actually, by Sam Shankland. Absolutely brilliant. And sorry, a5 is another threat, even more crushing at this point. So that's it. So well-deserved victory. Somebody's asking, did he prepare it from home? The answer is no. I can absolutely guarantee that this entire game was not prepared from home.
The next game will start in about 10 minutes, of course.
Yes.
We should go to the ladies' event, yes, right now, for the moment when we still have a chance. Actually, this is the position on the board right now. This is how the game evolved between Alexandra Kostyniuk and Tan Jungi.
Yeah.
Actually, here, when we left the game after e4, Black went c5, d takes c5.
Well, that's a strange move. I would have just taken the space. I would have gone a5.
So you still prefer a5 here, yes?
No. After c5. Yeah.
Okay, after
if
c5,
I were white, I would just go here. And I don't know why she didn't, to be honest.
But why not? Maybe then if I would play in Benoni style, I could go for b6. I will not let you come here, so...
Yeah, but the moment you start to open up the queen side, I will have no hesitation with castling king side. I'm not afraid of being mated at all, and I will just say I've got an advantage on the queen side. So I think playing b6 there, it's a very odd decision to me.
No, I mean I want to castle and then yes to play b6 and rook b8.
Okay, so you castle, I castle.
Castle, and I have to prepare it because you could still defend the pawn
with knight a4.
Yes, with knight a4, and then would you go knight a4 here or not?
Yeah, I may well do. I can take your h pawn, by the way.
Yes, and this is also a threat.
Yeah. I could have taken it before. So I think this is just good for white. I think that she missed an opportunity. And d takes c5 is, in my opinion, a positional... d takes c6.
So basically, before you castle, you need to play h4 here.
Yeah.
So d takes c6. She wanted to open this bishop, of course.
Okay. But how to exploit it? I mean, it's just my question now. Maybe there is a tactical way of exploiting it with bishop b6 or something, and get some control. That may be the idea. Just bishop b6.
And this is probably no good because I can push d5, no? Or
yeah, I'm not particularly
concerned. But why bishop b6 then?
I'm just controlling. I'm covering d5, so this may be good. Maybe I've been too rude.
So bishop, let's go for h4.
Okay, now I castle.
And now you castle, and we castle.
Yeah.
So.
Rook e1. I think with black, you're normally trying to get in bishop d8, but now knight a4 starts to make sense. So
I would,
this is a perfectly valid positional conception. In fact, both of these moves, a5 and d takes c6, are giving white an advantage.
And then simply queen d2, rook d1. because I have no rook fd8 at my disposal here as black. So, and once again, let's have a look at the time management. Alexandra spent only 10 minutes here, and it's already moved 20 on the board. And Tan Zhonghui, well, of course, with 30 minutes in 30-second increment, that's a bit more, but
let's see the other one.
Half an hour.
Let's see the other one.
That's what I have now.
Right, okay. So bishop e6, these moves have been played.
No, well, only a couple of times, and I was trying to understand the position, so this is certainly the strategic idea, black strategic idea. You don't want to play bishop c8 here.
No, I mean, that's... Well, somebody did, didn't they? Well, somebody obviously didn't understand what was the idea of bishop g4. This is very often the case with people, a very serious point, this, that you sometimes have people following theory, and it's only because they have seen it, and they just have not grasped the ideas at all. And this is the only move that makes sense of... bishop g4.
So if bishop e6 doesn't give white any advantage, let's try d5. Knight e5 we've said, and then simply move our bishop. Let's say bishop b3. So bishop d7 then, and bishop d5? Okay.
Yes.
And if I play f4...
It's a good question.
Then maybe knight
g4 and queen c5 check.
And then knight f2, of course, is going to be a very big threat.
Yes. I think f4 is premature.
Premature here, yes. And Alexandra went for bishop c1 here.
There's also queen c5 check. That's the flipping point.
You mean
which we were sleeping, with d5 is met by queen c5
yes,
check.
d5 is simply met by queen c5. Yes, we were forgetting about this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, of course. So this is simply not possible.
Yeah, no, d5 is not possible.
No, I mean, you could still take on b7, but this is nothing. And then
no, you're worse.
We're much worse.
If not lost.
Bishop c1.
For some reason in the chat, people are talking about me playing Tal. Yeah, I did play Tal 7 times in classical chess.
Yes, and a lot of stories have been told here.
Yeah.
So during our commentary. So he didn't try to smoke you away during the games. That time it was allowed to smoke.
It was,
no?
Yeah, it was allowed to smoke for, a long time.
Seems like another era. So bishop c1, queen a5, or queen d6. Queen d6, we're still not losing a piece, but maybe queen f5 is more flexible. I don't know. Queen d6 attacks this pawn, so you have probably to play bishop e3 then.
Sorry, what are you talking about? The bishop, the bishops
bishop,
are on
yes, the bishop is the hanging still. What is going on?
So bishop takes e6 is the idea. Takes, and now e5 is good. Maybe.
Yes, because g4 is protected.
Queen d5, bishop e3. And now we've got a vastly improved version of what you were looking at. And if I get to play queen b3 next move, yeah, you can. Rook takes b7.
Rook takes b7.
Yes.
a5. What I want
I just think
I just want to do this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Of course, this bishop
even if you do this, I don't think it's such a big deal. It's such a big deal. I think it's like one of those positions you can just lose slowly, because I go Queen D2 and I simply exchange off all your active pieces, and I'm saying you're going to play a piece down. You know, I'm going to play with however many pieces I have, 5 pieces, and you're going to play with 4 pieces, and I'm never going to let your bishop back into the game.
So how can we continue here then? If Queen D6 will take on A6, then Queen A5, maybe the same idea works.
But now you can take, you've got, you can do the same thing. Yeah, I'm not so sure immediately.
Now we have Rook D1.
The Rook D8, yeah, that's different.
Which one, this one or the other one?
Rook FD8, Rook's doing nothing on that foot. That is slightly awkward. Even, or maybe not. Even there are different possibilities, like Queen B3, for example. If knight takes d4, knight takes d4, Queen E6 check, something, and then F4. It's also a colossal advantage for white. Is it not?
It is.
So
here I still have
pressure.
some perspective, yes, with bishop f8 and e6. I mean, this is hanging.
This one's hanging, and it's a terrible position. Absolutely terrible.
So after, I think that the tiebreak game is going to start, is about to start. One last word about this one, and we will get back to the tiebreaks.
Okay. Bishop c1 is an excellent move, I think. Excellent move.
Okay, let's get back to the tiebreaks. The second game has started.
Okay. So what did he do?
He actually played neither first, and then Sergei used the h3 move, and then sort of transposed.
Yeah. Interestingly, I played h3 myself, even against the classical Sicilian. I once beat Vladimir Kramnik with in a classical Sicilian with h3 in Novgorod many moons ago.
You mean against Scheveningen, a classical?
No, just with knights, both knights. So I'll just show you this position. Against Kramnik, I played h3, and this is reaching this by transposition. So they're reaching the same thing. It's like what I played against Kramnik, where Kramnik would play a6. So it's g4 is of course the idea. And here we have a strange dragon. And I think Karjakin is very wise to think about that. Because he could take with the queen. He could take with the queen, and it's not so stupid, in fact. Because bishop g7... Now we have castles, queenside.
Actually, Nigel, Sergei Karjakin was able to win on demand so many times. This is another test for him.
Yes.
And he did so with white pieces all the time. So what I wanted to say, that's, okay, he lost, but he lost with black once again. So he...
And it's a fast-ish time control.
So he strikes with white. We saw that he was able to beat Vladislav Artemiev in a similar situation. So what happened? Let's have... Did he take with the queen? Yes, I think queen d4 and bishop g7 happened.
Yes. The advantage is that you can get to castle pretty quickly there. Castle queenside. Maybe I'm just looking at the possibilities. After black castles, he threatens to capture on g4. Then the direct move e5 doesn't appear to be very efficacious because of knight d7. Now if f4, you simply capture this pawn. So I think white has to be a little more careful with what he plays. So castles, and then queen d2 would be the most normal move. But then b5 is something to consider. So I'm wondering whether it might be better not to castle. It might be better to put the bishop on g2. And the reason for that would be after castles, queen d2, you temporarily hold up black from playing the move b5, because obviously b5 runs into an e5 advance.
Mm-hmm.
Those would be... It's not totally clear where the bishop should be, white's bishop. In general, when the bishop goes to this square, and let's say you get this position, you're always concerned about a knight suddenly appearing on c4, but that's a very slow maneuver to get the knight there.
I had a look in the database and I found, as usual, one game. They're playing those variations, which do not happen very often. And I was a bit puzzled by white's move here. Queen b4. It's a bit artificial.
He's playing in a sort of positional style. He's hoping to get a grip like that. But to me, it does look a bit artificial, yes.
So actually the game continued like this. I will show you a few moves. So castle long, b5, e5, because of course we are trying to get use of the spin, and knight e8.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Sergei is aware of this game, but after knight e8, I think that's... okay, what you can play bishop g2.
Then play bishop g2.
And rook b8. Mm-hmm.
Then you go bishop a7.
Oh, and even bishop a7 is possible.
Yes,
here.
this is an idea which has been seen.
But this was not played somehow. I don't know why. Do we have something here? Maybe
bishop b7.
Bishop b7, and after this you can take on g2.
Yeah, and it continues. Rook g1.
I have bishop f3.
And rook d3.
Rook d3. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Okay, but Sergei played castle. Okay. So he went castle.
Yes.
And bishop b6 was played.
Very nervous, isn't he, Sam Shankland? Or is he just, I don't know, just concentrated? Looks to me, I mean, this reminds me a little bit of Walter Brown, old six-time Walter Brown, champion of the US, who had this sort of nervous... Of course, with Walter Brown, it was much more exaggerated than what you see here.
Yeah, I've seen one-time trouble between Alexander Kostyanyuk and Walter Brown in Las Vegas.
Really?
This was something... I was on the verge of the heart attack.
Watching old Wally. Yeah. Yeah, he was very...
Actually, Ljubomir Lebovic is
another
also
one.
excellent.
Another one. Not quite at the same level. Yes. But,
troublemaker. Troublemaker, yes.
Just sort of a bit agitated and all of that. But I noticed, this is a sort of mild version, very much a mild version of the Wally Brownness.
So Sam Shankland is actually playing in dragon style.
Yes.
He plays bishop b6, probably wants to play queen a5 and then to launch an assault. But does it work here? Because one pair of knights was exchanged. So bishop b6.
I think this is a good move. I'm not sure that White's setup is that effective, to be honest, because here he's taking he's got very, very easy play with castling and queen a5.
And after castling, you have this knight d5.
Yeah, you knight takes g4 and so on. So he's got f4. That is very bold. Castles, definitely.
Probably castles, and then we need to do something with our queen.
Knight takes g4 is... he's got to castle here.
But, okay, let's say queen d2 after castle.
Then... Okay. Now I start to think about queen a5.
Queen a5, okay. Then king b1 you can no longer play because you have knight e4. And then mate. Just showing you the ideas. Yes, on the... So, f4, maybe then queen b4. Okay, maybe here. So f4, castle, and queen b4.
It's possible, because that makes more sense there. I think that's better control because Black has committed himself to bishop e6. And now this really is a more effective maneuver.
And look at my avalanche of pawns, yes? So
it's an avalanche of pawns. Are you thinking of the Winter Olympics here?
Well, we were talking that
we're in Sochi, so
yes,
that's
Sochi, of course. And we were discussing if chess could be part of the Olympic Games.
Winter Olympics,
Doesn't matter. I'm hoping for any Olympics, if this can happen.
Yeah, queen b4 is the right way to play. It is. It's funny. I didn't like queen b4 a minute ago, but against bishop e6, it makes much more sense, because also it's like he's put his bishop now on a square where it will be molested by the pawns.
Is the time right, actually? Because somehow 24 minutes here for Black seems a bit exaggerated, but maybe he's played the opening phase very quickly. Sergei spent 8 minutes on his opening moves.
I don't know whether that's right.
Let's have a closer look
because
at
now
the board
queen b4. This has so many points to it now, because e5 really makes much more sense at this. I mean, okay, it's Black's move.
Yes, it's a big threat, but both are big threats here. f5, e5. So
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Is Sam in trouble here?
We're changing our minds all the time. We're allowed to. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to talk tosh and then...
Well, so I don't know. It reminds me, I don't know if some stand-up comedian that's like when you're changing your mind all the time. And it's like, I'm funny that way.
Yeah.
So, Well, actually, I liked White's position from the very beginning here, especially. So I was not sure.
John Maynard,
how to play here.
you know, John Maynard Keynes. Let's talk about economics. We've not talked about economics, have we? Are you a fan of economics?
Well, I've studied it at the
You
university,
studied it?
of course.
John Maynard Keynes, he said,
Yes.
when the facts change, I change my mind.
Oh, he did say
Yes.
this? Okay.
What do you do, sir? So the facts are changing and we're changing our minds. And it's a fool who doesn't change his mind when the circumstances are changing.
But then if you're talking about the economics, does the invisible hand exist in chess?
Oh, the invisible hand, you're talking about Scotsman now.
So there is
a wonderful statue of Adam Smith in Edinburgh, which is a beautiful city.
Oh, Edinburgh is such a beautiful city. But once again, I've been there, not on a chess occasion. I've been there in August. There is a marvelous festival.
Were you there during the Scottish summer, those 2 days of sunshine?
There is a festival which goes on during...
Edinburgh Festival, yes.
Edinburgh Festival in August.
Yeah, no, that's a great thing.
So
it's a great city.
What was played actually? Because I don't have the moves on the board. Bishop f6, f4, and he didn't castle. He played queen a5 immediately.
No, so that's... Whoa. This is getting hot. This is getting seriously hot. Because can he take on a2? Because if he can't, his position is in... I think he's in trouble.
Nigel, can you leave this bishop here?
No,
but let's. I was thinking, you have queen b6 here. No. That's the problem. I wanted to sacrifice and to take on c3, of course.
Niet.
But how am I taking? I'm taking on f6 somehow. I don't know. This is a crazy suggestion.
Yeah.
We cannot leave this bishop there. I realized that having the board on the screen has a very different impact on me perceiving, the game, like not the physical board. So only having the 2 dimensions.
Well, for the last year and a half, I've done nothing else other than look at the screen.
I do not perceive. My brain does not perceive the information in the same manner, and I've been reading.
He's taken on a2.
I've been reading the scientific studies, which actually confirms that.
You're a tactile person, Almira. Are you? Is that right? You like to feel the
I need the evidence,
the pieces. Yeah,
I need to feel the pieces, and somehow our brain still perceives the virtual as real. But that we can still change it, something which is not really happening. This is a very strange way of...
let me ask a very, very stupid question. Queen b6, what are you doing?
Maybe not much. Okay, let's
you've got bishop h6 check.
Bishop h6 check.
Ow. Oh, I feel the pain when you do that. Oh.
But then, okay, let's go for g5. If you have this bishop h6 check, what do you do here? You cannot leave all your pieces on place.
Then you go knight h5.
Knight h5, and I wanted to go for f6.
F6 is another matter, yes.
And then queen b6.
No, but then the bishop comes back.
Yes, the bishop comes back. Okay, this doesn't work at all. Yes, that was my idea, but I forgot that now you have this bishop e6 square.
You provided me with an escape route,
okay,
which I will take gleefully.
This doesn't work. Okay, now g5 doesn't work, but what should we do here? Okay, let's leave the bishop here and have a look at the position.
The sort of moves one considers are b4, but it doesn't seem to work.
B4. You mean here?
Yeah, b4, queen a3 check, and then knight takes e4 check is possible, and even queen takes c3 check is maybe, but knight takes e4 check is possible.
Nice move,
so this can't be done.
Okay, b4. But I feel that's a bit optimistic. We need to be more pragmatic here. So bishop h6 at the end of the variation bothers me, and g5 doesn't work for the moment, so what to do?
Can we just go for an attack?
How?
If we go for g5, knight h5, f6, takes.
Ah, you want to go for my variation?
I'm just wondering whether... So queen d6 is one thing, but what if I just take your Klaus Bischoff on...
on a2?
Yeah. Just wondering about that. And bishop c4. Bishop c4. No, you've got check and check, which is annoying.
Let's say this, queen a5.
Yeah, I want to sacrifice everything.
And then queen e5.
It doesn't work. No, I haven't. No, let me hang on a second. Yeah.
Let's pause a little bit, because that's it's a very difficult job, because we need to analyze the position while talking. Actually,
and entertaining.
I realized
informing and entertaining.
That was a very difficult exercise. Those Banter blitzes.
Yes.
Because the time control is very fast. The pace is killing you, and you lose your thread of thought. So here we still have a bit of time, and. Well, when I play chess, actually, I need this perfect environment, almost with the religious silence. So, bishop a2.
You're a Trappist at heart. A Trappist monk, is that...
No, I was actually thinking about Botvinnik, when...
Do they have female Trappists? I
don't know. I was thinking about the way Botvinnik trained. Do you know, Nigel? Because he asked for this coaches to produce all sort of noises, even to smoke around him, so he would be able to concentrate.
Okay, let's have a look. So g5, knight h5, f6, e takes f6, queen takes d6 is apparently winning.
This is winning?
Yeah, well, according to David Smurden. And David Smurden's doing this wonderful survey on marriage and children and chess, and which I've completed. And some people say that marriage costs 50 ELO points. But
I would like to know to which part of the marriage.
Probably you're going up 100 points when you get divorced. Boris Spassky always told a story about that. He was I forget which marriage it was. It was his second one, when he was queuing up there, going for his marriage, and he said in the other queue there were people going for the divorce, and they were looking much happier than the ones in his life. So that's.
But that's there was a very interesting documentary which was done by HBO, I think, where Serena Williams wanted to show how difficult it was actually to come back to a very high level, especially after having a child. And she, of course, wanted to sensibilize the public opinion also to the difference for the male athletes and female athletes, that you are not experiencing the same path. And how hard do you have to train to come back?
Yes.
So this is probably a more pertinent study.
Yeah, no, I think there are big differences because, I mean, it's well known, of course, that women, in the vast majority of cases, I mean, not only do they have that physical burden, but they do the majority of the bringing up the child. So there will be big differences, I've got no doubt, in this survey.
And so he's still thinking, Nigel, he has only 9 minutes left.
Why does this?
But how does this work now, after Queen D6?
I haven't got it at all.
So the computer
why is this good? Somebody's got
completely winning.
Yeah, but Bishop E6 is possible, isn't it?
He plays Bishop D2. What an interesting move. Let's have a look at it, because we haven't considered this at all. And it actually maintains all the threats. What do you do here, Nigel? So I want to...
What do you want? To do a helpmate in 2? Because you've got B4 next.
Knight E5, is it a threat? Actually, Bishop D2 is also very useful now that I understand his idea that he wants also to protect the knight on C3. Let's say if Knight H5, this knight is protected. So it's a very interesting move. But what if we castle? Let's say if Knight D5 is the threat, or not?
Yeah, I think Knight D5 is the threat.
So let's say Knight D5, then probably Queen G7?
Oh, yes.
Do you have this? I don't know. I'm trying to understand. And Bishop E5.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Because your bishop is still here, even though if you, take something, I don't know, Rook D4, maybe he's aiming for this position and B3.
Yeah. He doesn't look dissatisfied. I didn't understand... I didn't understand why Queen D6 was winning. Maybe somebody's going to explain why Queen D6 was... That variation with G5 and F6 and Queen D6 was good. I didn't get it.
Yes,
I didn't get it. And clearly Sergei didn't get it either.
Sometimes there is a very important hidden point and the only move. So when computer gives a line... so let's have a look here.
Oh, maybe there are some...
Okay. Maybe Bishop B6?
B6. Well, okay, so let's say if I play Bishop E6, what's the... So I go Bishop E6 there.
Okay.
And
so
now
you still have Queen E5 here?
Yes.
For the moment you cannot castle. Is there any way that we could exploit it immediately? This is not mate, no. Okay, Queen.
I'm just wondering whether you could do something very, very clever, and probably you can't. Some Bishop B5 check and Bishop B6, and start.
Yes, I had this idea, but I don't think it works. So.
I don't think it's going to work either. No, Bishop B6 probably is complete rot.
You're not.
What are you doing? You now go Queen A1 check.
Yes.
King D2, Queen takes B2, and what if I just play Knight D5?
So you play in a positional way.
Well, I'm going to mate you. I'm going to mate you on the E file.
So this I do not have because you have Knight C7. Okay. Then Bishop D5. You simply take. And then Rook E1.
People are saying because you have Bishop C5 threatening checkmate,
yes,
which is always met by Bishop F8. So I haven't got that.
But this is A very impressive position. Okay.
So he's castled on knight d5. This looks very strong for Sergei Karyakin.
Nigel, don't forget your bishop is still here. I mean, Sam Shankland's bishop is still on a2. That's one of the variations that we've looked at, yes?
Yes.
Knight d5 and queen g7. So maybe you cannot take on d5.
No, if you take on d5, I just take the queen.
You mean simply queen a5? You start with this one.
And then takes, and now it's a much improved version of
but we're still coming to the same.
b3. We're not coming to the same because here you're just losing it,
and
that's just game over.
So will he be able to win on demand once again with white pieces?
Maybe.
He's getting closer.
It is. Well, it's a great match for the spectators anyway. I mean, there has not been a dull game at all. I mean, it's been absolutely great to watch, and this is wild.
How many more minutes? Actually, 16 minutes still for Black, so Black has enough time, but I'm not sure if he will be able to save him. I was thinking queen c5, but then we can probably take. No?
Yeah.
Queen takes, then to go for the
check.
But then
but you can check and e5 and f6.
Okay, even this. Okay, this is such a horrible version. Well, I still have this, but
f6. I will take that on g7.
And
I will play b3.
Yes.
Could even play bishop g5 first. I'll go there. I'll go b3.
No, I mean, I just wanted to show the ideas.
Yes.
Because we are trying to show how the game could continue. So after knight d5, what are Black's options?
I don't know what he's got. Queen d8.
The queen is hanging.
Queen d8.
So let's see.
So what's the idea? So he's got
Nigel, your bishop have no squares. That's
no, because you go knight takes f6 and queen a4 and you resign. Knight takes and queen a4 and resigns. That's it. Very simple. It's as piece of cake and resigns. That's gone.
See, we've been neglecting the women's event for the moment. They're still in the opening phase. I think let me have a look if we have more moves there. No, the positions are still quiet for the moment. We will get back to them. The position is a bit unbalanced in the game between Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Tan Zhongyi, but she went for d5, but we will get back to this shortly.
Sam was just looking up to the heavens there. I'm not sure whether he was praying for divine
intervention.
The invisible hand? Well, that's the invisible. I think he doesn't look happy. What is it? Can you explain something to me, Almira? What is it about Americans playing against Russian champions and capturing rook's pawns? Isn't it normally fatal?
Well, you're certainly talking about Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky and
game one of the match.
Of the match in 1972, but I think
I'm joking, of course, but isn't it sort of curious that
the analogy is certainly pertinent? But what I think is that these moves are. We've seen more of those moves recently because of the computers.
Yes.
I think that has changed our prism so much that we are almost forced to calculate those moves first, which like before it would be brushed, away with a smile. It would be frowned upon.
Indeed.
So I think that this is a slight shift in the way how we see chess, and especially the 3 of the candidate move. How do you call it? Candidate moves?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, he is in trouble here.
I would say it's worse than that. I would go so far as to say Sam Shankland is going down, because I actually really don't see any prospect of swindling here.
But still, we're so lucky to have those visuals, because when players are so emotional and so expressive,
Yes.
it is such a pleasure to watch. I mean, not only the games, it's like a documentary.
He's gone knight 65.
65, but then he's losing a piece, yes.
There was a shake of the head with that move.
And he goes for
immediately.
Bishop E5
and this. Well, what's he got? 93.
Mm-hmm.
Best chance.
And B3
Only
here.
chance. He just, for a moment, he could even play.
You have rook C8 still, I mean, after B3.
You could play also rook A4. It's another move. Because
and then rook C8.
Rook C8, rook takes A2.
And there is nothing much.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to check, and I think that that's it. That's your lot. That's your lot. My bishop comes to D3. You want to play rook D2 here, but bishops capture backwards as well. Always easy to miss those moves.
Yes. Even for me.
Well, no, I mean, for me, for anybody. Bishop diagonal backwards moves.
So white has 2 options here, rook A4 and B3. And if B3, rook C8? Because now you have this move.
Ah, you do.
Maybe rook A4 is...
rook A4 is the movie.
Is the move, yes, because maybe this is not winning. B3, rook C8, and you need to protect the C2 pawn, because this doesn't work, because I will take with the rook and protect my bishop. So you need
there are probably other moves, possibly other moves here, but I mean, instead of B3, is it? Oh, no. I'm talking rot again. I'm just wondering whether you could play bishop D3. It might even be. I mean, this is completely.
Bishop D3, I can still play. He goes for king D2.
Yeah, that's.
Let's see.
Yeah, well, okay. He's doing it slowly.
Yes, he's forcing.
He's doing it slowly.
He's forcing black to take on F1.
Yes.
And then white's bishop still doesn't have any moves.
It's not going anywhere, is it?
And I can play rook E1 after B3. So let's say rook C8 here, B3, and then rook A1. I'm sorry. It doesn't want to.
Maybe. Can I fight a little?
Yes.
Because let's. So go back a move. Okay, so I have to take. You take back. Let me play rook F to C8.
Do you have a hidden idea with B6 or something?
No, well, what if I play... By the way, why didn't I play... Oh, no. If E5, rook A4 was good, so I have to do it.
I'm going for B3.
Okay, so B3. Now rook C5.
Rook C5. I have bishop B4, or what is wrong with rook A4?
Probably nothing, Elmira. Probably nothing.
I have 2 moves here, so rook A1 and rook A4. It depends on black's play, of course.
So maybe go back. Maybe I can just sort of fight a bit better. Yeah, B6 as you suggest. So I've got to take, let's say, well, What if
Yes. B6 here.
B6 now. Bishop C3 even.
Yes.
And still can't escape.
Well, you have to double on the C file. Okay, he goes for this variation, but let's say rook C1, C8.
Yes, that was the idea.
You cannot.
Yeah, no, but you've got.
You have to play B3.
I've got to play rook A3. Yeah, that was actually my idea.
Say,
Rook somewhere
rook
C6.
C5. Okay, let's say I don't know what is the difference, but I still have rook D3.
You still have rook D3.
Then you have maybe B5, but rook A2 protects
No, then
this.
it's over. Then it's over.
So
it's an American bishop.
Well, as we know, if this will be a tie, then players will play.
We get more chess.
Yes, more games. So the next phase or the next format is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds.
Yes.
But okay, first we have to watch this game till the end. And
yeah. People have been criticizing bishop takes a2. It seems to have been losing, but actually he was in trouble already. So it seemed to be, it's either the bishop takes a2 is good, or black has a bad position. And it turns out that black has a seriously bad position. Yeah,
that's
going.
his last attempt. Yes,
it's going.
To fight for some counterplay, but after rook a1,
it's not going to help him at all. Maybe he tries to pin him
B6, or no?
He's got b6 and.
Actually, he played rook c8, but then I simply take on a2 and then.
I don't know what he's doing.
So b6, you simply play bishop b4, a5, and bishop a3. So everything is protected.
So what's the? He just lost a piece for. Or did he take first?
Where?
Did he take on b3?
No.
Sure?
No. Oh yes, no. That's the position. He took on b3.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Now that I have the moves on the board and rook c8.
So that's a big difference. We're looking at the wrong position. It's pretty hopeless, but.
Should we play rook a2 anyway?
I'm just wondering if we. I mean, bishop king e3. I like king e3.
D3 then, yes.
King e3 and bishop d2.
Even here.
Or king e3 now, or rook d2 even. So rook d2. It's just not enough.
Well, I try to keep the rooks on the board and.
Okay, rook d3 and bishop d2. He's gone king e3. The thing is that, let's count the material. Sam Shankland has just 2 pawns for a bishop. And, if it were a knight, perhaps he could have more hope. But the bishop is really a strong piece here. And white doesn't have any weaknesses. That's the real problem. Let's try and get the position up on the board.
Here.
Rook c2, bishop d2 will suffice. There's basically nothing going on.
What a fighter. Yes, both players are incredible fighters, but Sergei Karakin, had this situation so many times. He didn't crack under pressure. Every time he bounced back with white pieces, and he went on to winning the match. So
he's a tough cookie. Are you a fan of the Cookie Monster, Almira? We normally have high culture with you. I thought I'd bring it down a few pegs. See?
Well, I actually don't know.
You don't know
who is the cookie monster.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is the cookie. A is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Ah, great.
So it's like the tea time, yes? Tea.
It's Sesame Street. You're not a big fan of.
No, but as I told you, there's like.
I know you used to read books.
No, it's not.
What
only
a wasted youth you had.
Just we didn't have
culture
access to a lot of things.
Of course,
so many
of
things
course.
were censored. So as I told you, like
So,
like a comic book.
Yes.
I have seen one for the first time when I was 20. So there are so many things that I still have to catch up on. So, like my daughter shows me a lot of interesting mangas, and they are fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm so fond of Japanese culture.
Yeah.
So then, in a way, I still have some time. Do we have Japanese Japanese fans in our chat? Because I have to tell you that Nigel
is there anyone here?
Nigel is in total control of the chat, so I do not get the messages. Only those he chooses.
Is anybody watching from Japan?
Yes, let's have a look.
Oh, interesting. He hasn't even bothered. Just.
Well, he's.
Yeah, I mean, it's so. I mean, it's just.
Of course,
it doesn't need to. I mean, I wouldn't play in this way. I'm absolutely certain it's winning. He's taken, and he's got Rook H2, so go for it. King G7, go Rook H2. He's gone for it. Yeah, look, this is winning for Sergei Karyakin, beyond a doubt. However, it just makes it look, to my mind, slightly more complicated. He's exchanging off the pawns.
So, he can take, then you take, and then you play Rook F3 here. And then you open this diagonal, you play G5, you fix all the pawns.
Okay.
So maybe this is not so difficult.
Still, just on general principles, I mean, if we just remember that, so he's whipped it off, that Rook and Bishop against Rook is a theoretical draw. So the more pawns that are exchanged, the better it is for Sam Shankland. So, yeah, he has damaged his structure. He's made a mating attack more likely, but was it really necessary to do this? Well, it's a matter of taste.
Yes, we were talking about the Olympics before the start of the broadcast, and especially about judo.
Yes.
So I was so amazed by this image when the French judoka won her medal, and that the first thing she did is to hug her opponent.
I think we should have more hugging in chess events.
But this sport ethics, the respect for your opponent, and this touches me so much. So this is such an elegant and beyond elegant gesture. So that's why I hope that the handshakes will still remain.
Yes, I agree. I like to see that. I like to see respect for the opponent, respect for the game.
Exactly.
because
I mean, that there is something greater, because
yes,
it's not only about yourself, but not only about your opponent, but there's always something greater, for the greater purpose.
Yes.
So what happened? Yes, the exact variation happened on the board. And rook h2, I think, was played.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's beyond any doubt winning. But I'm just wondering, h5 now just starts exchanging off more pawns if you can.
Okay, but this is getting really very difficult for black.
Well, the other problem is I see, because he wants g5 and then he wants rook d8 check after rook g2.
And,
so can we just show? Can we show
yes.
that? Because so let's say h5
yes.
now.
Then you play g5. He played rook b2, rook d3, but then g5 here, and then I simply can bring my bishop here.
I wanted rook g2, and then I've got some rook c3 checks, so you can't. You've got to be a little bit careful about that. Yeah, you can even do that.
No,
you can even do that. Yes, yeah. And you're going to mate somehow, or you're going to paralyze the opponent with a bishop on f6.
So this variation happened in the game. Some attacked the pawn on b3. Sergei simply protected it, and h6 was played. It's a very good move, actually, a very good defensive move. So he stops this g5 idea.
To little digression, because people are talking in the chat. I have never played Bobby Fischer. I do wish people would stop talking about that. So it's one of those. I've never played Bobby Fischer. It's one of these things people ask me about all the time, and it's never happened. So I really wish people would move on from this very old story.
Well, 5
and
minutes.
We were talking about the Fischer bishop takes h2 in game 1, and this is a sort of it's a parallel. Russia, America.
Well, it was like such an important period in our history as well. So.
Yes.
Actually, one of the most important announcements that Emil talked about was that they're going to have a daily chess show on NBC during the World Championship match. And it made me thinking, actually, is this, could we drive a parallel between the 1972 match and actually the modern era?
Well, to be quite honest,
the media is following.
The media is following much more, but we have improved a lot of things in FIDE. We got a YouTube channel. In 2018, under the Kirzan Ilyumzhinov administration, we had nothing. We basically didn't have, Twitter or anything. Social media, we were very, very poor on. And we've improved all of these things, and we can do much better still. So we've come a long way. My view is we have to get chess very, very regularly on TV. We have a situation now where there are loads and loads of channels, and we could. If you're in the UK, you can probably watch 6 different channels of people angling, catching fish. I mean, you're laughing at this, but this is the truth of the matter, and we don't have anything like a permanent 24 hours of chess, for which there is a vast amount of content.
People are going fishing to relax. While a few years ago, we had a chess show on French TV when I was commentating alongside many other players and a professional journalist, the Grand Chess Tour tournament, and it was very, very popular.
Yes, of course.
So I really hope that it will come back.
It will.
So King F5, the King's March has started. And
so the whole point we need to just to explain is Rook C5 check is met by Rook D5, an interposition. So that would be utterly hopeless. So Rook E2.
Maybe you can bring your Rook to E6, but Rook E2 was played, and then maybe Rook E8 and Rook E6 to.
I think you can even play Rook D8 check and put the bishop on F6. F6. I think this is one good way of doing things.
Yeah. We will have a special guest today, by the way, Nigel. So.
And who?
Today? Maxim Vasiliakov will join us in the studio. He graciously accepted to come.
Okay, he's still here.
Yes, he's still here. That's what I told you. That I was wondering if he will stay and help Etienne back row. He actually did. So I asked him if he could come and, share his thoughts on the tournament, his games, analyze the ladies' event probably at that time. So
great.
I hope that you're looking forward to it, and we will probably take a small break anyway after this game. So we'll be able to.
Shall we have a quick look at the other games? The ladies.
Let's see if there. What are the positions here? Because I don't have the moves here. Let's get back to the ladies' event really quickly. This is the position right now on the board. It got completely messy. So let's see, castle, knight a4. Alexandra played, it allowed d5, but still, knight b6. You remember about those knights on the 6?
Normally on e6, yes.
Or d6, it depends.
Yes.
Maybe the knight on b6 is sufficient.
Yes.
So rook c1, queen b4, bishop d4 Alexandra played. So does she want to...
Well, she's defending
the b2 pawn, but
b2 pawn.
Does she want... There are no immediate threats to win the queen. You cannot take on f6 for the moment. Probably she simply wants to take on d5.
Yeah, but there is... Hang on a second.
D
takes c4. What's this? Because I can just take on that. Rook takes c4. Now if queen takes a5, I've got rook a4. And if queen b5, I've got bishop e2.
So is she winning the queen?
What you want? What you want? Fluffy rabbits. You want fluffy rabbits. No.
But then maybe we should try rook c4, then queen d6. Okay, in this variation you win a queen, but here...
And then rook takes c6.
Rook takes c6 is...
Looks pretty catastrophic, doesn't it?
It's almost killing. I still have a square, I suppose. Queen d8.
Yeah, but you can hardly move here. Yeah, that looks pretty bad.
Yes, it's my bishops here.
We will come back and we will spend more, pay more attention to this game later on. We're going to take a little break soon. We'll just have a quick look at the other women's games, and then we'll come. So
okay, this is the position.
So
on the
what
board. Yes,
what
a lot
is
of moves have been played here.
And queen c1 and Goryachkina.
Let's see, how did they get here? Queen a5 was played. So Alexandra took on e6. She transposed, so now maybe rook b5 is also a threat.
So now she...
Knight d4, she went for knight d4.
And some...
and queen c3. Okay.
Nice little tactic.
Because if e5, was there something like knight c6? Or
e5, queen b3.
Queen b3 check, and you keep the piece. Okay,
so
let's show it.
This is a clever idea.
And then you simply keep the piece.
Yes.
So queen c3 had to be played.
b3, and then queen c4, and she's winning the piece.
And now you play
winning the piece back. So these are high-class
maneuvers,
tactics by Anna Muzychuk. So let's continue. Takes queen c1. And I'm just wondering, queen c1 is quite annoying, isn't it?
Okay, this rook is very active on the 7th file, and the thing is, when you try to analyze these positions objectively, what I'm worried about, of course, is the safety of black's king.
Yeah.
So even if I give this pawn away, let's say, so we will take in it, and so how do we continue here? Let's think. We'll go for the most
rook e7.
Rook e7.
But this looks very dangerous. I mean,
And then wait a second. I'm.
Yeah. Okay. So it's of course. But so you have to play something rook e8 and rook d7 or something.
Maybe
next move. Yeah, rook e8 and then rook d7.
You mean rook 8? Okay, let's just get back to the game. I think we will have some images.
I think that's pretty unpleasant.
So Sergei Karyakin won.
Yeah. It was completely winning extra piece.
So he will be white in the first game. So 10 minutes plus 10-second increment. We will have another 2 games. And we will take a small break.
Yes,
and we will be back immediately at the start of the tie break.
Yes.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
amazing. During the break, we've just had a look at the game of Alexandra Goryachkina against Anna Muzichuk, and there was an extraordinary blunder which we failed to pick up on, but we've just checked this now. Almira, show us the moment, the key moment here.
Let's have a look at the board before the round starts.
Yes, we'll come to this very, very soon. All the Karyakin and Shankland fans, don't worry, we will be there.
Actually, yes, there was a very important moment in Alexandra Goryachkina's game.
Maybe they can give us the board.
Yes, the board. So
because otherwise we can't show the idea. There we are, shaking hands.
Yes, we have the handshake, and the game starts. And okay, we will.
Well, okay, we'll show this in a minute.
We still don't have the board, so he goes for the same variation as in their first game. H3 knight c6. He will go for g4 probably.
Remind us of the time control, Almira.
Yes, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment.
Yes.
For each move, which doesn't make it exactly blitz.
No.
Well, and it's no longer rapid. So you have to readjust to another pace.
Whoa.
We don't have the board.
Oh, wow. He's played e5.
Okay, now we have the board, and he's played e5.
What is the point? Knight d7? He played it instantly.
So he used this 10 minutes probably to talk with his second.
Yeah, well, I actually witnessed this because he did it up in the VIP room. So he darted up to the VIP room. Wow, I'm absolutely stunned about that. That is a very interesting sacrifice. And he spoke to whoever it was, a guy in front of a computer. And I think that must be the preparation. It was literally, I mean, he haired up to the VIP room. Normally when we hair up to the VIP room, it's for the free glasses of wine that are on offer. But he was doing it to check up on his game. So
I think Denis Hismatulin is Sergei's second.
Right, I'm very glad.
So it's very important to have those ideas, especially in faster time controls.
Oh, yes.
When you do not have enough time to solve your opening problem. Maybe it's a speculative sacrifice. Probably it's more than that. But even if it would be the case, then you don't have enough time. Sometimes you have to play the only moves.
Yes. So do you have any idea what he's doing?
He played knight d5.
Knight d5. I'm a bit bewildered. So what was wrong with queen takes a2 there? What was the...
I don't know, but it was certainly possible. So queen a2. But you see, maybe this was the principal continuation, but it's far too dangerous to get into while you have 10 minutes on the clock. So maybe c3, I don't know. What do you think here? We have knight c7. Maybe not c3. We need to keep an eye.
I don't know. Queen d4, b4 or something. I don't know. Queen b4. Maybe there's queen another. B4. Maybe it's another trapped piece on a2.
Yes. Then b5, knight c7.
Oh, but then you're winning some material if you do that.
Okay, but is this?
Okay, you're winning a rook at least.
Yes, we're winning
an exchange.
Okay, then that's why he went for queen d2.
Yes, because with queen b4, there's bishop c4 as a threat. But this is a very, very dangerous initiative. This is clearly prepared.
So black has lost its right to castle. And it's not the Berlin.
And it's not the Berlin. So the first idea I would have here is f4 followed by bishop g2, and I would say that is a very, very strong initiative.
So f4, bishop g7, and bishop g2 here.
And his problem is a difficulty to move, because if e6, knight b6 takes. He's gone f4. No. Yeah, and then
rook d1,
and c4. That's it. And c4 looks very, very dangerous. So he's going to do these moves.
So what
because
happened?
this
He went for a4.
Yeah, I'm not plugged into the engine, and the first moves I found very difficult. To see this position, I can understand what the idea is. You just play bishop g2, and for a pawn, this is a ferocious initiative.
So we always have knight b6 on e6.
Yes.
And knight b6 anyway, this knight cannot move, so we would like to exchange it. Yes.
Rook b8 might be the right move.
Rook b8 here. Might be the only move also.
It's gone
What did he do?
It's gone a5. Not the most obvious move, to be quite honest.
Maybe rook b8, bishop a7, but then rook a8. Yes.
And then I say, what are you up to?
Okay, let's see. a5 was played. He wants to activate his rook.
Yes, of course. Well, that is
in this manner.
Obviously the idea.
Maybe not rook c6, because this bishop is still very dangerous. But rook a6 or a4, a3 could be the idea as well.
No.
To weaken.
No.
Too much.
Even there, I can play rook e1 anyway with threats.
Rook e1 here.
Yes. Start making some threats.
So a4, a3, just in case.
No. If you're going to, if you're going to
ignore you,
ignore me, Almira, how can you ignore me?
So a4, what did they do here?
I don't know. Let's let them worry about it. It's obvious White has an initiative, but is it good enough?
The thing is, I have this feeling that it would be such an interesting lie to play during the Armageddon.
Yes.
Where there is no increment, you are under tremendous pressure and you are obliged to win with white. So then you would play all these moves almost instantly. But Sergei is
a tempo. Yeah.
Yes, a tempo. So then both players are under such pressure right now, but don't forget, you still get 10 seconds per move. And if he will be able to defend, if he will be able to defend his position, he still has an extra pawn.
He does.
So Sergei needs to be very precise, and he goes for a4.
Which is reasonable, I suppose. So this is a very interesting thing. It was pretty obvious that there is no way he could have prepared this properly. I mean, there were literally minutes, and they had, at the end of the room somewhere, a quick discussion. I saw. So and so Sergei Karyakin would have been told this gives a strong attack, and he is oh, that's a very interesting move, because your bishop f1 is likely to win some material, I suspect. I'm just wondering whether he's going to play rook c6 and just leave his
and leave the rook there.
Play rook e8 or something. I don't know. I think he's just going to leave it there. The problem problem is white isn't actually in a hurry to take it. That's the really annoying thing from his point of view.
He can simply bring his...
Yeah, he can improve his position. It's not... He's gone h5. Oh, that's maybe a clever move.
Okay, so he wants to get some squares for his pieces, so if you just to show you if white would play g5, then you will have these squares for the bishops, and it will be easier
and maybe
to play.
knight b8 now is his.
But he still goes for g5.
He's gone g5. I'm just wondering whether he was going to play knight b8 and just.
No.
Yeah, it's not the ideal score. Maybe knight f8 or.
That's what I was showing. Knight f8, maybe bishop f5, and then knight e6.
Yes, yeah.
If we are not losing on a5.
Well, I think you've got no choice anyway. You've got another move, by the way, here. h4. Maybe you just stay... He's gone. Ah, got it.
Still got it.
Yeah, I've still got it. He's going to lose because he's playing my moves. No, you just fix a weakness. And you keep your...
You mean this weakness?
Yeah.
So you keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and you keep your knight... At the moment, the knight is performing a useful defensive task. Rook e1 is a good move. You see, he's in no hurry. He will take this rook at some point, but it's not going anywhere, and he doesn't want to cash in just yet.
What I was thinking is that this is such a clever move. Of course, he doesn't want to take yet, but if black plays e6, but then does close in this diagonal,
yes, that's right.
then he will take probably.
Yes, of course, of course.
That was the idea. Because
it is the idea.
Black has to make a move here, a useful move. And the knight is such a powerful piece here on d5, so he goes for knight b8.
That is interesting because he probably wants to take with the knight now. It's not ideal, but he was probably struggling to find a bishop b6.
But they have bishop b6, and then maybe I can take on e7. For example,
well, king d7, I might. Well, okay, I'm not sure you can take on. Oh, yes, you can.
No, I wanted to take and take here. Actually, I don't know.
Well, Mira,
is this possible?
You're such a cave woman.
Maybe this doesn't work at all. But you mean I have?
You're such a cave woman.
It's like.
You're like Raquel Welch in that old movie. Anyway, that's the...
He played bishop a7. 7 minutes.
That's the Karpov-Unziker move, isn't it? That's the... that's
E6,
killing, isn't it? Isn't it killing? Bishop takes b8.
Well, you can take, everything is on priest, bishop b8, then you can take bishop c6.
Maybe knight b6 is a good move. I mean, almost, knight b6 is a good move as well. I mean, the position is so...
No, I was thinking that knight f6
knight f6. Knight f6 is good. Knight f6.
But...
then you take and play king. Yeah, no, it's lost actually. It's lost.
But let's go for the for the most obvious one.
Yeah.
Bishop b8
takes on d5.
Takes on d5. Then I take.
Yeah. Oh, you can even play rook.
Rook takes.
d5.
No, then you will save your. Okay, I don't know. Maybe this is completely lost. But no. By the way, you can. Where do you go with your rook?
Yes.
Because I have this.
You've also got bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yes, you can take on d5. So after bishop b8, black is completely lost. What is
great stuff? Great stuff. Yeah.
Well, Sergei Karyankin is simply unstoppable with white pieces.
Very, very. Yeah, no, he is. I mean, it's an amazing match, actually. I mean, consider the players of this level slugging it out like it's some sort of gunfight. And Sergei Karyakin clearly on top. Winning, I think. Just winning. So, yeah. So do we have some more moves?
No, for the moment I don't have. E6. And,
E6.
Yeah, well,
I
as you
think
can
bishop
see,
takes B8.
Sergei
Yeah.
is fully concentrated. You know, he has this traditional thinker's pose. You know.
He's taken the knight.
So he goes,
he's taken what?
He goes for bishop c6. He didn't take the knight.
That's an interesting choice. Very odd choice. Well, it's very, very good, but this one looks less
convincing.
Less convincing, definitely.
Maybe it's still winning.
Yeah, no,
he's
got king d7 there. So
king d7. Now.
He's played king d7 immediately.
Okay, let's have a look. King d7.
Only move.
Because then you were losing because of knight c7, or?
Yes, I think that's right. And the knight was coming to b5. So.
Knight e3.
No, it's been such aggression by Karyakin. It's the great, but helped of course greatly by the by the second, by the tip. I mean, that is invaluable, those seconds. You know, I mean, what did he went upstairs, he had roughly 5 minutes to discuss that. Well, what is 5 minutes? That's 300 seconds. That's enough time for Usain Bolt to run 30 100-meter races. You can do something in that time.
Nigel wanted to show that d5 didn't work in this position.
Right. Very good. Excellent.
That's why Sam Shankland was, well, I don't know what he was supposed to do here. Maybe bishop f8, protecting the d6 pawn. So he went for king e7.
Yeah. We should point out that there is another game after this. So even if Sam Shankland goes down in this game, which he's not certain, it's not looking good at the moment.
But after,
I think he's probably just
now
dead lost.
I can simply take.
Yes.
So
there is a further game, and he's going to have the white pieces. So all is not lost
and
yet.
Especially that all games have been decisive in this match, which were decisive in this match. They were won by white.
Yes.
We had no draws.
Yes, that's correct. So what do you think? There was the you recall the Hungarian Grandmaster Andras Adoryan? Yes, he had his famous theory on that black is okay. Black is okay.
So it was put into test, yes? During this match.
Well, during this match, it seems that black is not okay, or black has been suffering at least.
Sergei is still thinking. He's dangerously approaching like 2 minutes, and he played bishop c7. Maybe it's still good, yes? Because you cannot protect the pawn anyway. Probably he was choosing between knight c4 and bishop c7. The same goes for, now we can even take with a knight. So can you play knight d4, but then simply knight d4 here, Nigel?
Yeah, yeah.
Like a last desperate attempt. Play knight f3, if c3, then knight b3.
Sorry, what was wrong with the problem with
knight c4? There was something.
No, I was just wondering.
Maybe I can take.
Yeah, you can take
and then play something.
c3. It will win. He's done it. He's done it.
He went for knight.
Yes.
Okay, is this a threat? It might be. So.
It might be a threat. Yeah, I mean, for the time being, anyway, he's. I mean, c3 is not possible. Oh, that's a very delicate move.
What did he do?
Rook d3. That's a bit sophisticated for a blitz game, isn't it? That's.
But okay, he was thinking for quite a while on his previous move, though he probably calculated
yes.
variations,
yes.
so it was prepared.
Yes.
Otherwise, you do not enter this line. Okay, no.
Well, I don't know whether he prepared it, whether he saw it, but I mean, I think it often doesn't go like that, to be honest, how you describe it, because I think it's frequently it goes that you play something and you kind of miss a reply, but it's not that significant, and then you just want to play a very safe move against it. Rook d3. He avoids any tricks. He threatens c3. He's threatening just about everything. Bishop takes a5 is a threat. And Sam Shankland is in huge, huge trouble. I'm just wondering, it isn't going to work. It isn't going to work.
Actually, Nigel, I also thought that like if Black loses this game, that it would be the first time in the whole match that Sam Shankland would be in danger.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's been...
It's a completely different situation when you're playing and your opponent is under severe pressure. What happened?
He's turning the screws. Knight d5 check, king e8. And I think just bishop takes a5 is good enough here. There are so many moves. Bishop takes d6 is good. Bishop takes
d6. We can also play knight f6 and then take on d6.
It's gone knight f6.
Well, this is...
Almeria, you're too strong. You're too strong. This is just good technical chess. That's from,
Nothing fuzzy.
No. This is very fine Soviet school chess. You can tell you've had a good education there.
Yeah, we were sitting there when I was sitting there when I was 6 and I was polishing those positions, you know.
Oh, dear.
Well, you did. So did you have a childhood, by the way, Nigel?
No, I had no childhood. No, I didn't.
Well, you've enjoyed those comics, it seems.
Yeah. I used to play football.
What is your favorite football team? Because the English Championship is simply fascinating.
I don't like the people who like football. I'll be quite honest with you. You know, I used to go and watch football games, and people would literally be throwing bricks at each other. I mean, I'm not kidding. I've seen people throwing bricks at each other, and I thought, you know, why do I want to be there? They don't do that at cricket matches. You know, they don't throw bricks at each other.
Yes, but it doesn't answer my question. But you still can enjoy. You still can have a favorite team and enjoy watching the matches.
I used to watch Bolton Wanderers. I went to school in Bolton. I never lived in Bolton, but I went to school there. So, And I even had a season ticket once upon a time. So we see a parallel with the previous game in that we see a very, very dominating bishop of Sergei Karyakin's, and with mating threats as well. Rook and the two rooks and the bishop combined. Sam is trying to run for safety because he needs to activate his rook one way or another. So his king is going to go towards c8, but it isn't going to help him because I think... what's he done? He's taken something. I think he's going to get... King c7. What's the problem? Getting mated, is he, or what? Has he got bishop d8? What's the... And then bishop b6 is the problem. And mate.
I mean, so he's just going to... if here, but then I should go like...
Yeah, and then rook c3. Yeah, I could have played b3, by the way. The previous move would have been good. So bishop b6 and it's mate. Yeah.
And Sergei Karyakin has done it once again.
Yeah.
So now the situation is reversed. He's in the lead for the first time in this match.
Yes.
The next game will start, well, in 10 minutes, I suppose.
10 minutes.
So let's get back to the women's event, Nigel.
Yes, let's do that.
The idea that I wanted to show you. Actually, we will get the board. So bishop e3. You remember we analyzed here rook b3.
Yes.
Queen c4. And you said very fine tactics.
Yes, but they're not.
And
but they're not.
White had an absolutely stunning move here. E5.
Well, it's even not that difficult. If we've been concentrating a little bit more, you know, we would have spotted this.
And I think that White is simply winning.
Just
here.
winning,
yes, because now you don't have the e5, so I can protect my knight by playing rook d3.
So now bishop f6, for example, you do what?
We have to find out.
Rook d2.
Rook d2, probably, yes. And then my knight is free to move. Maybe we can still continue. No, but here, after queen c3, maybe I can simply protect my bishop by rook e1.
Yes, rook e1. Simply. That's it.
So Alexandra actually missed, well, that was such a chance to win the game.
I think
almost immediately.
I think so.
And the position
and
which is on
it's
the board,
a little bit surprising, to be honest, because she is a very strong tactician. And did she just believe her opponent? And sometimes people just get tired.
Yes, but you remember, we haven't seen rook c8 when Andrei Isipenko and Magnus Carlsen played.
Yes.
Magnus took the pawn on c3. Andrei didn't play rook c8, so it was like a
double hallucination, really.
It was like this blindness.
Yes.
Which struck upon all of us, and maybe this was not the idea. Which was so obvious during this game, but bishop d4. So let's have a look.
Do you know? I think what happened. Think what happened. That particular blunder you mentioned was that they saw it previously, but then they forgot about it. You know.
Okay.
You know how it is because it occurs. The same theme occurs in a different position, and they both forgot about it. It often goes that way.
And this is the position which is on the board right now. Only a few moves were played, so Queen C1 here.
Yeah.
Anna didn't go for Queen A4, and she went for the most, for the more aggressive Queen A2. So, of course, she wants to play Rook D2 here.
Yeah, so the question is Queen G5. Is that good?
Let's check. Queen G5. And look at the time. Anna has only 14 minutes left.
Yes.
So she's already in
I'm just wondering whether
serious time trouble.
I'm just wondering whether Rook D2 can be played here, Elmira. Whether that is a concern.
So this is protected for the moment. So why can't I take on E7?
You can, but
okay, I'm not threatening anything.
Okay, I'll play Rook C8.
And Rook C8 with this idea. You cannot leave the 8.
So what do you do?
I will be mating you then. So here, can I go for something like this?
Yes, you can. And then I play Queen takes F1 check.
That was your mate.
I'm a wicked person. I'm a very, very wicked person.
You twisted mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was just waiting for you to fall for that cheapo. But actually it's in the position, because if I don't have this, I'm going to resign.
Of course. No, actually, I thought about Rook C1 for a moment and thought you don't have it. But of course, Queen F1 is the brilliant tactics. So, Rook C8. Actually, I cannot even move here because you will have Rook D1. Let's say if I would want to move here.
Yeah, well, maybe you can, in fact.
And then you go King F2, Rook C2, and King G3, yes?
Yeah. That's probably very good for you, but, I mean, Rook A1 is an uncomfortable move to play.
Of course, I understand. No, I wanted to play Rook B1, actually, so then... it doesn't matter. That was simply to illustrate your point.
Yes.
Okay, then Queen E2. And what happened? Do we have more moves? Rook E1 was played.
All right.
And if Queen D2 now?
Then, well, that's a good question.
And Anna played something else. Let's have a look.
No, I think she's gone Queen.
No, Rook C4.
Oh, right. But is that good? If I take your queen, takes.
And
then what do you want? King.
You want this and this?
Yes, I do. I do. You go King F7. I go Rook D2.
Yes, but then I have to think about this one.
Looks very unpleasant.
Maybe.
Looks very unpleasant.
Actually, I have to protect this from maybe like this.
No, Rook takes C7 is my threat.
Yes, and then I wanted to.
Yeah, but you're going to.
I'm going to lose this one.
You will lose an endgame. That's for sure.
Oh, but it's not easy to parry all of these threats. You know, sometimes you are preparing a mating attack, and all of a sudden it's a winning endgame. So this Queen H6 is a very serious threat. So Anna had to do something about it. Rook C4. Yes, let's go for the endgame.
The endgame looks very strong.
You meant King F7 here, and then Rook D2. Okay, maybe I can
I play Queen A1 or no? Queen A1, Rook A2 was probably the idea. You just keep. You mean some.
Here.
Sorry, Rook Queen A1, Rook takes A4. Sorry, rather. Yeah,
yes, just to show.
Yeah.
So here, Queen A1, you still have this idea.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
So. But okay, let's have a look at this endgame. So King F7, Rook D2. I can still defend myself like this, but I need to do some. Okay,
you can't do all moves simultaneously. You're dropping a pawn.
Yes.
That's your big problem. A6. Let's say you play, and then I go rook c7.
No,
d7 rather,
yes.
rook e8, and rook b6 rather. Yeah, and that one's going to. Ooh, then you've got rook a8.
Mm-hmm. I had another idea, by the way. I could activate my rooks by waiting for rook a6 and then playing rook b8 and rook b2. But for the moment, you... and if you start with rook a7, here I have rook c6. Nigel, maybe this is a Zugzwang.
Tell me.
I will play e5 and a5. You will have no moves, so we'll start with e5.
I've got king f.
King f8. Okay, king f8. Let's say.
But it's probably winning. You don't need e5.
I don't need it?
I don't think so. I think you play a5, and then you play.
I'll start with
and then you play rook d to b7.
And rook b6.
And rook b6, and you're going to get probably a winning position that way. What do you think? All right.
And let's have a look at the other game, which is... so many moves.
We've neglected this. We've neglected this.
Completely. It started to get chaotic here, but it was already unbalanced. But after d takes c4, Alexandra didn't take rook c4.
Oh, really?
Maybe she didn't like something after this.
I have no idea why.
Maybe this. I think because queen d8 is, of course, very passive, but I thought maybe now that I look...
G3.
You have g3.
G3.
I wanted, of course, to play
it's
bishop
hopeless
g6.
Position. Just completely lost.
Okay, but let's say queen g5. You will play h4?
I'll play h4, for example.
Now my queen is going where? Okay, queen g6.
6, knight d5.
Knight d5.
You're crushed. I crush you like chicken.
Okay. The second game of the tiebreak will start very soon.
Okay,
so bishop e6. Just let's finish this one.
Wow.
Let's see. Alexandra sacrificed in
Looks
exchange.
very strong anyway.
Queen e2, rook f7. So queen e2, of course, you can take here, and I know this pawn. So let's see. Knight d5. She probably a long-term initiative and a pair of bishop, of course. So let's get back to this position. Knight f4, bishop f7. She give the exchange back. Queen g4 and bishop c5.
So black is playing for tricks, but it's not completely. I mean, there's two pawns down.
Okay, the game has started. Let's
go.
Let's focus on the second game of the tiebreaks. Sam Shankland is white against Sergei Karyakin, and they're fighting for the spot in the semifinals. And what is even more important, this is the spot in the semifinals in that side of the bracket where Magnus Carlsen doesn't play.
Yes.
Does it give you more chances?
I would say not playing Magnus Carlsen would give you more chances. There was that brief moment, wasn't there, when Magnus hit the age of 30, that he started to look fallible. You know, some not so great results. But he's looked in good form here. I would say has been pretty convincing overall. I mean, you will always criticise, he will criticise his own games, but I think in general he's looked pretty good here. Looked every inch a world champion.
But he confessed yesterday that he was looking forward those 2-3 days, actually, that he was really exhausted.
I think they all are. Look at the guys in this match. So Shankland has gone. He's going for the slow burn.
So did they castle?
It's gone d4, and now you normally take here, and after you take with the queen.
Take with the queen, knight c6, and
well, queen f4 is what they normally do here. Knight c6 is not normally played.
No,
it's
we need to show it.
We need to show it. I mean, these are old variations. Strangely enough, although I played knight c6 myself, even against Garry Kasparov in this position, it's they normally go for these sort of hedgehog positions with d6 and a6 and put the knight on d7. They're probably slightly better than this one, but yeah, knight c6 can be played, and queen f4 and queen b8 is the way that they use it. He's gone knight c6. This is the old-fashioned approach.
Let's say queen f4 and queen b8.
Yeah, I think this is the theory. I've had this with the white side as well. Let's go on queen f4. I will bet queen b8 will be played. I think Sam was just saying that this is objectively very slightly better for white, so he's got to stay calm. He really must stay calm in a situation like this and not be afraid if his opponent is exchanging pieces. Well, he hasn't exchanged any pieces at the moment.
So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is on his way.
No, he's gone d5. Wow.
And he will join us after this game.
Right, okay.
So let's have a look. He
gone immediately.
Yes, he went for d5. So can you play rook? Can you start with rook d1?
I'm just wondering whether rook d1, queen over. And now I'm just wondering whether I've confused myself, because there may be a difference in the move orders or something.
You mean
rook d1, yes. If queen b8, can we play knight e5? Strange.
Yes, because this is really very dangerous. Maybe even here. Okay, for the moment, yes, I can still move my queen.
You can still move your queen. Yes,
I don't know. Maybe queen c8 is a better square.
Yeah.
Sam went for knight c3. Maybe here d5 doesn't exactly solve all black's problems.
I'm just wondering.
Because you will bring your rooks, rook fd1, rook ac1, and this queen will be feeling.
He's going to take rook fd1 is we played now queen b8, and I'm just wondering whether queen takes c4 is any good. Both sides have bad queens.
Queen b8.
So he's taken. Rook c8 will be played, I think.
Oh,
d8. Okay.
Well, you have to watch out for all the mating ideas still, like if I will be managed to bring my queen to h4 and play knight g5, but for the moment, is there a way to do so?
The Minister of Defense here is just, I think he's saying, I am prepared to accept a very slightly worse position because the onus on you is to play very super accurately in order to exploit your slightly greater mobility, something like that.
So if I take, you will take with the queen, and then you will move it somewhere to f8, or?
Yes, that's it.
But then your bishop is not protected here. Maybe we can do something about this. For example, let's say rook d1, queen where? Queen f8.
Yeah, and then knight
and
d4.
Then knight d4. Mm-hmm. Something like this. Okay, white goes for e4 here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This move, what can I say? I don't think this is a very good move at all.
Because it closes the bishop.
Yeah. Black can play knight d7, or he's exchanging because that's what he...
But on the other hand, maybe he wants to play e5 and knight e4.
Yeah, but,
and
but
then
if I can even play knight g4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that's the best move, but...
and knight e5. Okay, to stop e5, of course.
Yes.
So. And do we have something like maybe knight b5 here? Then you can simply play a6.
Yes.
But a lot of complications. I can play e5.
All the... well...
Look,
most
a6, e5. Yeah. You can simply take
I can take that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of pieces on the board, so I think that's what Sam wants with e4. He's trying to complicate it somehow, but...
Yeah, but he wants to. This is, this is sort of positional threat. Can you take, for example, let's make a pass move, so e5. You can take, so you cannot take because this bishop is hanging, so you need to take on g2 here.
Yes.
King g2, or do we have something else? Knight f7?
You can do knight f7, bishop d5.
Yes,
maybe.
Bishop d5. No, this I don't like. Okay, so...
Although that's not clear, you get a dangerous attack then. Maybe go knight f7. You
knight
probably. I think you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can do it.
Can we do it? Okay. But how do we continue after
knight takes c5?
Knight takes d5. Then e takes d5.
Rook takes d5.
Oh no. Takes d5. This.
Almirah.
Do I have...
I'm going to mate you.
Knight h6, yes. Queen f5.
Queen f5, something.
Okay, this is a very long variation.
Knight h8 or something. I don't know. Knight e5 is going to win. It's just mate. So knight e5 was mating there.
What happened?
He went...
Knight e5 he went.
Immédiatement.
And queen e2.
That was French for immediately.
Did you study French at school?
God. Unfortunately, I'm the only person in my family who doesn't speak French. So it's my biggest regret. I'm absolutely serious. My biggest regret in my life that I didn't learn languages better. So you're doing all right. You're doing very okay there. I'm absolutely serious about what I'm saying.
Well, I still have a few on my bucket list, but I'm not sure I have enough time to finish all of this. So knight f3, well, he wants to exchange.
Yeah. My wife speaks Greek, English, French. She's a qualified French teacher. She's Italian. She speaks Spanish and she speaks Japanese.
Yes, that was
Japanese
the most
as well.
amazing
So
I actually studied Japanese a little bit, and the structure of the language, the grammar, and of course, the writing. It's I find it so impressive.
Well, you were married to someone who was half Japanese, weren't you? So.
Well, hence the interest in Japanese culture and Japanese literature, aesthetics. So what happened? And bishop b4. Mm-hmm.
What is this?
And queen c7. Mm-hmm. Well,
he's put his queen back on e2. By the way, we're missing out
something.
Yes, you missed it. I think let's just get rid of.
Because we have a lot of analysis. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we sometimes get confused. I would say that Sergei is playing in a slightly cynical way, if you know what I mean. He's vacuuming the pieces. So, okay, there's an immediate threat to the bishop.
Well, of course, but I mean, if...
Well, it's a problem, because what do you do about it?
Then you play rook d8, yes? Or rook c8 even. So let's say bishop b2. He took on f6?
Interesting.
No? What happened?
Oh, he's taken and gone e5, and that is very, very interesting. It shows his tactical alertness, which he demonstrated in the first game of today, which he won. And that is just winning if you take. So he can't do that. And I think he's in a little bit of bother there. I think he's got some, because here we can take the bishop and play queen e3.
Mm-hmm.
And we start going for your king. I start moving my queen g5 check. I start moving my h-ball. Look, may not be winning, but it's dangerous. Queen e7 is probably still just about good enough to
hold.
Oh no! Well, rook d6, and I don't think that's simple at all.
Okay, rook d6, rook c8.
Rook c8. Well, okay, h4 doesn't matter.
h4. Mm-hmm.
So he's taken. Wow.
So he took.
Wow.
F5. Okay, let's see.
Very, very dangerous.
But if I'll take, and then we have this terrible
Does he want
threat?
queen f3? Is that his idea? That is very dangerous. I think he's in trouble.
I think he wants rook c8, so you can always play rook c1 if.
I think he's in. I don't
bring your rook up. Okay.
He's gone in. Maybe it's a...
So if now you play rook d4, what happens?
You've got rook c. I can play rook d7, by the way.
Even rook d7, okay.
Rook c8, and I can check you on g5. And I cover the square, and then maybe h4 next move or something like this.
So you're covering this square?
Yeah.
Let me get rid of these ones.
I could even perhaps have, I don't know whether I could have taken on could I have taken on
where?
Well,
on a7,
yeah, maybe
rook j8, you
queen
still
e5
have this
check. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
Yes,
very
it's
dangerous.
very dangerous. Okay.
It's gone rook d7.
Maybe you should go. Okay, no, but then you lose a pawn. Okay, I don't want to exchange queens, of course, but then okay, this you lose the pawn immediately. Maybe that's the only way. can I go like this? Queen g4, queen g7.
Is he going to play h6? He's done it. H6. That's a sneaky little move.
It's important to protect.
Yeah, because that is a good defensive move. Queen c7.
What do you want after?
I just want to stop you from moving.
And he goes for queen c7 actually.
And my idea is, I don't know, h4. I try and improve something, and then I think again.
He goes for rook f8, but then you can take maybe, no?
I can take on a7.
And rook c8, you still have rook c7, but then if I go for rook d8...
Yes.
Is this possible? But Sergei is very low on time. He has only 3 minutes left and a very difficult position to defend. Even though
I would play h4 first.
H4,
although h4, just make this move. I don't know why. I want to give myself an extra square on h2.
h4. Maybe I cannot bring my king to g7 because every time.
Well, you start exposing yourself. There's also rook queen c2. Oh, so he keeps it tight. So he hasn't done that. So let's. So he's keeping it tight at the back. But
okay, now he wants to take it.
Yeah, that's why he's played a5.
Okay, a5.
I think queen c2 is a very good practical move. I would just play h4 anyway because I want to. He's gone a4. This is also another attractive move. So you fix that. Then you want to improve with h4, put your king on h2, and then start maybe to evict the queen from f3
so
with rook d4 or rook d4. Yeah, something like that.
But then maybe you should keep...
He's got control of the position. I don't think this is easy for Karyakin.
No, Nigel, maybe then you should keep this square open for the rook,
it's possible.
just in case.
Yes,
I was
it's possible.
wondering. Okay.
It's possible. The problem always here is, what do I play now with black? What do I play? And you can see the tension, because what you like to do is you want to have very, very clear plans, that you can execute. A little calculation, you can play a few moves, or a clear plan which you can execute very quickly. Here, he starts to look for a move.
Well, while Sergei Karyakin is still thinking, I wanted to have a look at the women's games, and it seems that Alexandra Kostyanyuk is completely winning.
Kostyanyuk. Okay, in the meantime, we'll come on to this game but Kostyanyuk looks as if she may go through. Queen d1,
here,
perhaps. Maybe it's not necessary now.
She wants to play rook d8.
Yeah, I like maybe queen d1.
Why not queen d2?
Maybe queen d2.
It's like, if you play queen f3 back, I will take here. And I'm still controlling the square. So maybe queen d2, you have to play king h7.
He's gone queen c1. So it's the same sort of idea.
Well,
this looks
it's not the same. Maybe I can play rook d8.
It looks really unpleasant, this position.
And he went for it, rook d8. And now you cannot move your rook because then I have this
so
check.
he blundered.
Okay.
He blundered.
That's what I wanted to show.
Right, okay. He just...
Queen h6, queen d1, and I get my pawn back.
So that's just a bad blunder.
And queen...
And that's a very... That is a very, very serious blunder, because I wanted to put the queen on the d-file, and then I got confused because he did this, and then... No, he's going down. Now, I mean, he's not going to win this one. He's not going to win this.
Oh, he goes for queen d5.
Wants to...
Yeah, we keep forgetting that, Sergei needs a draw.
No, Sam botched up.
So he
just he's just provoked an extra weakness. So the king is exposed. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much here. He's trying to check his queen to a square where it will be centralized, and then push the h pawn. That's his only chance.
Then where do you put your king? Here,
I'm not sure.
I will still put my queen on f6, and then so maybe king f8. Should I start with h4 here?
Queen d8 check, I think, and queen d4 check. Okay. That's what I would do.
And then h4.
And then h4. Somewhere, h4. Then you just go. The problem is b5 is going to just... So he's done that. He's given those checks.
You cannot... g4?
No, if you get a position like this, you're not going to win, I think. So let's have a look at the current position.
That's the current position. So.
Well, not the one... yes, king g8. No, sorry. Should be mentioned, of course, that queen and pawn endgames have fairly high drawing tendencies, because very often you can draw with a single passed pawn. This is well known. If you have a more advanced passed pawn, you can often... it's gone g4. You can often draw the game.
So if we start with b5 anyway?
Well, he's gone queen b4. I think he has to go queen d7. But then queen b2 check is going to hurt him. Queen e5 check.
Yes, this is a very long diagonal.
It is.
Cannot play this because probably even this.
No, it's going to be a draw.
So g4 was played, then queen b4.
The queen b2 check, I think, is just it. That's going to be... And queen h8 check was, I thought, a very brilliant way of making the draw. Because you can make the quieter moves, like queen f4, queen d1, but then the game continues. And if you just... Sorry, the queen at some point coming to attack the f-pawn, and then he's gone queen h8. Almira, you're a genius.
Fortunately, I cannot find any practical chance for white in this position. So
absolutely none.
Yes.
This is going to be the end of the road for the American hopes. He's played a very good tournament, but Queen A1 check. That's it. As you said, it's a very, very long diagonal.
Queen E5.
Well, he can play Queen takes H2. It's just a draw. Queen takes H2 is the easiest.
Okay, let me get back to the position. So here he can take on H2 or play Queen A5.
No, take a pawn. Win the game. Win the game. That's what you do.
Queen H2, Queen D8, something like
King H7.
No, yes, but it doesn't matter. Like you cannot take here because here you have this check.
That was my idea. I wanted to kebab you.
So Sergei is still thinking.
There you are.
Okay, 40 seconds, of course, is more than enough in this game.
That's why I'm saying, play for a win. The thing is, once you remove that...
And he goes for...
Yeah, I mean, it's the last chance because that's a sort of...
The only joker in White's position.
And even there, it doesn't help him. He's gone King G7. King goes to H7. And then Queen H6 check.
Well, once again, Sergei Karyakin has shown his fighting spirit, and he came back twice in this match.
Yes. Yeah. This is absolutely hopeless. This makes no difference whatsoever.
Queen A2. He gives him a chance to give a perpetual.
Yes.
So.
Which he doesn't do. I think he's just going to play King G8. He's just, this is it. Time to finish this. Unfortunately, you can't win games only by willpower. And I'm sure every sinew in his body is straining to do something here. But there's simply not enough.
Maybe Queen F2. He gives Queen A3 check. Nigel, he wants to bring his king here. He wants to somehow to...
It ain't going to happen.
Yes,
Queen B2. Queen B2. Queen B2. So, I'll stop you.
So Queen B2 right now.
Nothing going on.
Well, but he's looking for every possible chance here. So
Shine
G5.
Flame says Shank should have played an E4 opening. This has got nothing to do with openings. This game has got nothing to do with openings at all. Don't criticise Sam Shankland if he doesn't win this game, which looks as if it will not happen because of his first move.
Well, that was hell of a fight.
In fact, he got very, very good chances. And is he winning more material with this?
And he knocked out Peter Svidler, let's not forget this.
Yes.
In his previous match. And
yeah. Is he going to win?
You mean
he's going to exchange the queens now?
So he cannot go here?
Well, he can just check on F1 and he can take more things. He's winning a second pawn, and he's going to win the game. Yeah, that is. I think he's going to resign at this point. He's winning a second pawn. He's resigned.
Oh. Sam Shankland resigns, and Sergei Karyakin qualifies to the World Cup semifinals, and where he's going to meet Vladimir Fedoseev. So there will be one Russian player in the final of this World Cup.
So clearly, Shankland thought a draw is the same as a loss in this game. He could have made a draw very, very easily in this game, but tried to, whatever slender chance he had to continue somehow.
Nigel, we will take a short break and we will be back with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Please stay tuned.
Okay.
It will be just a technical change, and we will be back in a few minutes. Dear chess friends, welcome back. And another guy has taken Nigel's job. So Maxime Vachelegraph was playing this World Cup. Hello, Maxime. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get started with the games first, because one game is about to finish. Maybe I'm not sure yet. So in the women's event, we'll get the board on the screen. So Alexandra,
she just played Queen F4 check, and after knight f7, knight e5. This is like pawn endgame with 2 pens up, I think.
So Alexandra is on the verge of qualifying for the finals.
Yeah.
Knight f7 was played.
Knight d6 is good as well. She will play it, and she played knight e5, but and this is resignation for sure.
Okay, Tan Zhongyi resigns and Alexandra Kostyniuk wins. Okay, I've already told everyone that, we were not really impartial here. I was rooting for my best friend. This is such an impressive result.
She's been playing very well in this event, for sure.
So Alexandra is still waiting for her opponent. Let's have a look at this game. Anna Muzichuk was defending a worse endgame.
This is a very interesting endgame.
Let's have a look. So it started actually here, where Alexandra Gerechkina decided to trade rooks. Rook c7, rook c7.
Yeah, I guess it's good. Okay, here I don't think I agree with the decision to stay passive. I think...
Well, you mean on black's side?
Yes. It might hold, but I would have at least considered something like rook b8, rook b2, rook a2.
Let's say. And to go for this endgame, let's say rook a7 and king f6.
Yes, something like this. I'm not sure it would hold, actually, but generally, then this way you can justify also this double pawn. This is a very nice trick, that these pawns on e7, e6 are actually better, probably, than f7, e7. Also, it depends. Like, it could well be lost here. The way she played, I think it's too passive. Simply.
Maxime, you were the world's probably the most renowned specialist in the Grunfeld. If we can get back in the opening, it was such an interesting line. So we didn't know much about it. So first of all, bishop g4.
I know it's been played quite a lot in this World Cup. I think Dubov played it first against...
I mean, during this tournament, because I haven't updated my database yet.
Dubov played it first against Gukesh, I think.
That was, a crazy
game. Then it
so.
was played by Katerina Lagno, and not today. And maybe there were some other games.
So did you analyze? Did you have a look at it?
Very, very brief. So, I don't pretend to hold the whole truth in this line. But of course,
F3.
In general, I think it should be slightly worse for black. But it's an interesting try.
Okay. So, of course, now we have this position on the board. So let's get back. Okay, Anna decided to go for passive defense, rook c7, rook c5, h6.
I see a nice trick coming up.
Okay, well, Maxime sees tricks everywhere, even in positions which at the first sight look very simple. So let's have a look. And h5.
Okay, I'm not sure.
But you want to aim for the crazy rook. For example, let's say this. But how do you do this? You need
something
to sacrifice your rook.
No, but like rook.
Rook b8.
Yes, rook b8, exactly. And if rook a6, I go rook b7.
First rook b7, okay.
And if rook takes a5, I go rook a7.
Okay.
But of course,
this you cannot take because this is stalemate.
But you could go king g3 first. This is an issue, so you...
you mean after rook b8?
But maybe just rook a7 then.
No, just a second. Here, king g3.
Yes, here king g3 should win.
So you have this move for black once again.
Yes. So maybe not rook b8, but rook a7.
So start with rook a7.
And after rook c8, I go rook c7.
And have the stalemate idea. And
if rook g8, rook g7, rook h8, rook h7, and so on.
So could this possibly hold then with this idea, or?
Okay, it's unlikely, but at least it's a try. Like rook a7, maybe I'll go king g3, and then again rook c5.
Let's try. Where did we?
Instead of rook b8, rook a7.
Yes, rook b8, rook a7,
and now king g3.
Once again.
And now I want rook c8, even though it's not.
So we want rook c8 and rook h8.
Yeah. Oh, it's not over. Like you could go king f7 now, maybe rook c5, king f6. So now again king g4 would run to rook c7. But maybe king h7.
Maybe Maxim here. Maybe I can try this because
b7?
Yes, and this is not stalemate, and then I go.
Yes, but now you lose. I take on b5.
Yes. This is what usually happens.
Yeah.
No, because your king. Sorry, I'm just.
Yes, my king.
Your king
back.
is closer. Yes, so then you take, and.
No, king e7.
Sorry, king e7 is. Because how it usually happens. So b6 and the king is in the square.
Yes.
Okay, then yes. I don't have this, but she went for rook c5 here and rook a8. So she's trying for the moment to hold this passive.
Yeah. So I think she will play
setup.
king g3. So she went rook b8. Yeah, not because rook b8, rook a6. I thought was good for Alexandra.
Rook a6.
Yes. Rook b7, king g3.
Yes, we've seen this position, so that's why. She went rook b8, rook c5, rook a8, and king g3 right now. So we simply wait for a move. And maybe rook a7 here.
Yes.
And rook c8, yes?
Yes, and here some king f7. Maybe you're holding like this, even though it doesn't look very promising.
King g7.
Yeah. Now, an idea, of course, would be to run back with the king to the queen side. So instead of rook h8, king f2.
Just a second.
Yes.
These crazy errors. So here, let's see, where's our variation? Instead of rook h8, we could start with king f2.
Yeah.
Do we have something more than king f6?
For the moment,
no. Okay. King f6, king e3, king e2, both are possible.
Yes, and now I have an idea. I go rook b7.
Here.
Yes, instead of king
f7. Okay.
Yes.
Rook b7. Let me
but
just
maybe
take this out of the board.
So maybe rook f8 now could be an issue. And after king g7, I go back to a8.
Yes.
Because I wanted rook b2. But no, maybe you're even in time for g4. Even though, then, practically speaking, it might still be a draw. Like you go rook b3 check, rook a3. And you have some chances to hold.
And king f6, yes.
Although, if you go rook a8, pawn to a7, this might just... Yeah, this is probably just a win.
It's because,
yeah, pawn to a7 for the king back to g7. And then
you bring your king
to the d5.
Yes, let's demonstrate this in some way because so it wouldn't be too abstract. So let's say rook a8 here. You wait. Let's say we push our pawn while you wait.
Why is the chat talking about probabilities here with pi number?
I don't know. Nigel was taking care of the chat for quite a while.
So but now I'm taking care of the chat. We left them abandoned for too long.
Yes, I don't know.
And they're going crazy.
So I don't know if you're more dangerous
they're going
than Nigel.
Full stochastic.
So rook b5 is played. Maxime, for the moment we have this position on the board, I wanted to ask you a few questions. First of all, well, what do you think about your result, of course, and then, well, your second, Etienne Bacro, made it even farther, then you stayed to help him. So tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, of course. Like I played well as well as I could, basically, but Sergei proved to be a very tough opponent. Played some great defense. Some in the last game, I knew he was going to be a very tough opponent. I had also actually a very tough match in my third round against David Paravian.
Yes.
So even though I was dominant, he was also very, very tough in defense and clearly played much better than his rating suggests. So yeah, in general, I cannot be too unhappy with the way I played, but of course the result is not what I wanted. And but Etienne, I was very happy for Etienne. He didn't really expect to have such a result, but then with every match he's
getting more confident.
Yeah, he was getting more confident. He was also very happy to play. It was clear he didn't play for some time, like most players, because of COVID in the last year. So he played a bit, but definitely not as much as he would have liked. And I think this willingness to play and to fight in every game was the key to his success.
So you stayed to help him prepare against Magnus Carlsen. Here we have your roles have been reversed because Etienne Bacro was, it still is your second. He has been helping you for many years. So tell me about this.
No, it was basic help, like helping him choose which openings to choose. Also, giving him some insights, of course, about Magnus, because he didn't play as much against him as I did. Of course, he sees every of his game, especially every of his game against me. But then, when you play against an opponent over the board, it's a very different feeling. And I was, I could try at least to explain him, the few weaknesses Magnus has, and his behavior over the board, how to interpret it, and so on. But yeah, turns out that Magnus played two great games, and there was not much for Etienne to do. Even if he played a great match, he lost 2-0, but it could definitely have been much closer.
Maxime, well, you personally know how difficult it is to qualify from the candidates. And, Etienne qualified for the Grand Prix series. That was such an outstanding performance. But I wanted to ask a professional player, especially such as yourself, but we're also friends. So, I wanted to use this opportunity to ask for your opinion. Do you think that Magnus's participation affects the cycle, and should it be done like in a different way?
Well, this is clear, of course, and it's been clear for the past few World Cups and Grand Swiss as well. But the regulations allow him to participate. Personally, I would have changed these rules because it's part of the world cycle, and if you have a seeded spot, you shouldn't be allowed to play, whether it is in the candidates or seeded spot to the World Championship match. But as long as the rules allow him to play, of course, he can do however.
Of course, I understand.
Yes.
But would you, for example, modify the format, like if it would be possible to have it like in tennis, so we start with
the World Championship cycle, could be changed. I think though it works the way it is right now with the final match. It brings tension, it brings some tradition. So I'm not always against tradition, sometimes only. So I don't have any problem with the World Championship cycle in itself. But of course, I don't see how you can allow players who are already qualified to be part of these qualifying tournaments.
Maxime, and you played the candidates this year, you finished second. Actually, what is more difficult, to win the candidates or to qualify for the candidates?
Well, both are actually equally tough. Now, with so many good players and great players, it's actually very, very difficult to qualify, and you can always be on the edge. You always see that, for instance, in a tournament like World Cup, I think Fabiano Caruana never made it past quarterfinals. So, that says something about the difficulty of these competitions. So, of course, it's very tough. There's, I should definitely have qualified, in an easier, less nerve-wracking way in the past few years. But, when you have like 10 to 15 great players and only 8 spots, of course, some people are going to miss out in the end.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if there were... No, nothing changed for the moment. Anna Muzyczuk is still thinking. Well, I wanted to greet the chat, and once again, I think that you can use this moment to ask Maxime a few questions, because he has taken over the computer while Nigel is not here, and I think he's more computer savvy, so let's have a look.
Yes, well, I'm apparently a quite serious person. Well, not always. I like to troll as well.
Yes, I've been experiencing this for years, so I know how hard it is, because Maxime is trolling you almost all the time, and you're actually a very funny one. So, and this is just a presumption of you being very serious.
Yeah, sometimes the problem is when you're in a chess tournament mode, you suddenly go very serious and, very professional in a way. But, in real life, I'm not like this.
So what's going on with the beard once again?
What is going on with the beard?
So you changed your look a few times.
No, the problem is I didn't have time not to shave the beard, to get to trim it, basically, because I'm always out of France these days. So of course, and now I'm not scheduled to be back to France for a few months. So, but okay, probably I will get a serious trim at some point. Well,
we've seen that actually, and I think that Sam Shankland has told the journalists that he didn't do anything, hasn't shaved since the beginning of the tournament, so it depended on how far he would go, so.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. Maxime was studying the mathematics, but he had to quit the university to dedicate yourself to professional chess.
Oh, it's been too long. Like I did, the equivalent of a bachelor degree in France, but that was like 11 years ago, so long time. I barely remember any of my maths, especially in the last year of studying.
But I can admit that, whenever our daughter has, a very difficult math problem, so we call Maxime and we ask for help, especially some, some difficult equations, I think.
Yeah, no, it's possible. I also helped Etienne's son, yes, at some point. Not sure it was very successful, but at least I tried. I even have a friend who started teaching mathematics in middle school, and at some point he was bored and he gave me his copies to grade them.
Maxime,
and I was very happy to do it because I like to point out mistakes.
Yes, this is one of Maxime's qualities, actually. It's just quietly saying, this is not precise. Okay. But Maxime, what our viewers might not know that you're a rock star in France. Media are paying a lot of attention to your results. During the candidates, French newspaper Équipe, which writes only about sports, dedicated a daily article to the tournament, and they wrote about your results. So you've been on many talk shows. So and I feel that you feel responsible also for promoting chess. And please tell me a bit about this.
No, of course, I think it's very important to help growing chess in France. I think we have an incredible opportunity. There's been quite a boom in chess lately. I mean, partly due, of course, to Queen's Gambit. A lot of it is also due to notably Kevin Bordy and his Blitzstream channel, who made chess very, very extremely popular. I mean, I think he broke numbers like 35,000 viewers during the candidates. So this is actually quite huge for France and for Twitch as well. So, I think also what was good is that we opened up to a whole new community of chess players, and generally a very, gratifying one, very,
very supporting one.
Very
also
supportive and so on. So I'm happy to be part of, this
sort of this movement.
Yes, this movement. Yeah, and I'm hoping, of course, that I can keep on playing well, and Etienne, of course, also Ali Reza, because he joined, and I think we have a chance to. We already had chances to win Olympiads, for instance. We also can have a shot at the actual world title. So, me and Ali Reza at least. I don't have many years left, but at least I will try to make the most of them. I'm very happy to, in general, that chess is getting a lot more recognition in France than it used
than
to.
Before. Of course, this is of a big interest to our fans, So, do you have like a real rock star? A lot of girls following you during the tournaments, waiting for you after the games, asking for the autographs, or maybe.
Well, not only girls. It's not gender related. But I have supporters. I also got some friends, for instance, in the Paris tournament, I had lots of people coming over to watch the games, especially because it was not open to the public, but I was able to bring a few guests, so this was good for me, even if the results didn't show that. So, in general, of course, I'm very happy with the way things are trending in France. I just wish I was playing maybe a little bit better. But that's always, easier said than done.
Well, I just had this phrase in my head. I had this, James Bond, so you can come and say, I'm MBL.
Yes.
So, haven't you tried this yet already?
No.
No, not yet? Okay.
Not yet.
Well, have it in mind. Next time you're coming, so I'm MBL. So, as you can see, Alexandra Gerachkina is still waiting for her opponent's move.
Yeah, but Rook B5 is a very clever move. Because
what I don't have is actual...
clock.
Yes, clock. Because,
but, it moved 41, so Anam got 30 more minutes, so she's probably down to 25 minutes.
She was thinking for quite a while already.
Yeah, but there's a reason why. Because
let's say
it's some sort of zugzwang already. If the rook moves to a8, then rook b7 and rook h7.
Yeah, so if rook a6, if I stay on, then rook h7, and you lose this pawn, so you cannot play in this way. So
if you move the rook to c7, then rook takes a5.
Rook b5, rook a8, rook b7. Then rook c8.
Rook h7 as well.
Oh, rook h7, yes. Okay. So here rook b5, then rook c7, then we can take the pawn.
Yes, because now the king is not on g4. So, it shouldn't work. But one cheeky try would be to play g4 here. But
here.
But even if you blunder and play king takes g4, you're probably still losing. But also you can play something like f4, and I think this is an easy win. So,
but king g4, there is nothing we can do.
No, you have rook a7.
No, yes, of course.
You win the pawn,
but I mean,
rook b5.
You keep all the pawns. Yes. Mm-hmm. So rook b5
and rook b8 here.
You also threaten rook g8
yes.
and rook g6, of course. So.
Yeah, I think this is basically game over.
So while we were talking, you were also thinking about the game?
Not really.
Not really.
But,
I was thinking if you were able to analyze this. So.
I mean, if I wanted to, I would have, but but I didn't think about it. And I've been asked whether I've ever played in Canada. I've never been to Canada, actually. I've been to the US, of course, a few times now, especially in St. Louis, also a bit in New York. But
and you're going to play in the Sinquefield Cup?
Yes.
Very soon,
I'm actually going tomorrow because I cannot go back to France.
Yes, because we have different...
we have travel ban from Schengen area.
From Schengen area, so you would have to go through a quarantine of 10 days.
No,
not even that.
Yeah, you cannot go unless you have some imperious
for
reasons,
the United
like
States.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you go directly to St. Louis from Russia. So this will give you some time for us to find the jet lag, of course, and you start with the Rapid and Blitz. And
I'm not playing in the Rapid and Blitz.
You're not playing in the Rapid.
No,
you only play the classical.
Yeah, I only play the classical. So, but I'll be watching the Rapid and Blitz.
This will be an unusual role for you. You just to remind our viewers, you just won the Grand Chess Tour in Croatia.
Yeah, in Zagreb.
That was in Zagreb. That was a Rapid and Blitz event where World Champion Challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi played as well. This year we are missing out Magnus Carlsen. You know, he's not playing any of those events. So, what do you think about this match, actually?
Match? Well, I think Jan showed very serious improvement in the last 2 years. So clearly there's going to be a match, and he's going to be, well prepared. Magnus is still the best player in the world. He has been so in the past 10 years, so he'll be the favorite. But, I would say his main advantage might turn out to be, the fact that Magnus played like already 5 or maybe 6 matches for the title.
I think this is the 5th for the title, yes.
Yeah, 5th match. So that's quite a lot of experience that, is hard to overcome for Jan, maybe, especially because he's been known to be a bit impatient, and this is not something you want in a match for the title. But, if he, plays with the same conviction he has played in the candidate and in some other events, will definitely be a big threat.
So what was played? Actually, we have a few moves here. Maxime rook a8. So she, for the moment, and
she
went
for
rook b7. So.
Yeah, I mean, you could try g4 maybe here.
Yes, I was actually thinking about g4, but I was not sure is it a good practical.
Well, she played it,
but she played it already.
Yeah, but there's lots of way to win. I think like f4 should be one. F takes g4, so
f4, f takes g4. What would be the most precise then?
After f takes g4, maybe you want rook g8 here. With the idea of takes
g4. The same. You have the same stalemate.
But
idea.
No, I think something like even king f3 or king h3. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's. Well, here we are allowed, to shuffle.
Actually, no. But here I'm getting tricked again.
But
because
maybe
rook
can
f7.
You have rook f7? Yes, that's
by king g5.
King g. Okay. I thought that I finally managed to trick you, but no.
No, I mean, rook f7 was my idea about king g5.
Yes, but you have this and then king h5, and you still
so
keep your stalemates.
There are some ops.
Some technical difficulties.
Yeah, g4 is a clever idea because of this.
Yes, let's have a look. This is the position of the stalemate. If we manage to sacrifice our rook and the king will be on g4 or h4, this would be a draw. So let's see, king g4.
Yeah, rook
g8 and king
h3.
h3.
Yes.
So what do we do here?
But king g4. Can I start with rook a7?
You want to stuff? Okay.
But rook b5 anyway.
Yes. Let me show first. So rook a7 and rook b5. So rook g8, king h3.
Yeah, and king g5 is not enough yet to hold the draw. For sure not. Like you can go g3 here.
And your king will be completely out of play here. So now I can start. Yeah, I can start.
You start collecting.
So then even king g4 is possible here.
Well, I mean, it's not only that it's possible; it might be the best way.
The most accurate way to win.
f4 also should win, but it's not something I want to because it's giving out some counterplay. Like if the king gets c5 square, could get a bit trickier.
Let's say 4.
Yeah, and something like rook c8. No, not take,
not
because
taken. You keep this. Yes.
Yes. This could be. So actually, yeah, probably we don't have any tie breaks tomorrow. Probably it's a free day.
Well, so we have. First, I will have to get my revenge today because we have a bowling match with Maxime. So this is very important for me. I've seen that you didn't do so great in ping pong here.
No, actually,
did you?
I won.
There were only a few videos shown where you were losing, So.
But of course I won. I mean, it's because I was not the one, to make the cuts.
To make the video, yes. To make the cuts. Because Maxime was playing a lot of ping pong matches against Dina Belinka, who did the commentary of the ladies' event, for 2 weeks. So, yes, I've seen the cuts.
No, I lost some sets, but I won overall.
Overall, so okay. Yes. So we have a difficult match today. If you haven't seen yet, please have a look at the documentary that we done about Maxime. It's a 2-part documentary, which and we were filming you while you were playing in
Manchester, in Abidjan, and then in Paris in Paris 2019.
Yes. So.
And that was a fun experience.
Well, how did you like the documentary yourself? Because you had to wait like everyone else for 2 years, to watch it.
No, I actually watched it.
They showed it to you before?
Yeah. I saw it before. It was very good.
So, where I think, you share a lot of secrets, and we can see your parents, your friends talking about you, and one might learn a thing or two about you. So do we have more questions there?
We have questions, but...
Are you watching the Olympics, by the way?
Little bit now that I have some free time.
Sometimes.
But sadly I don't have. I cannot manage to watch. To watch the French channel, so I only have the Russian channel showing it. So it's mostly Russian athletes, and some of them I don't even know. But it's always fun to watch the Olympics.
Yes, I know that you follow almost every sport.
Almost every sport, yeah.
And during the Olympics, what are your favorites?
I like actually to watch the sports that I'm not used to watch. Of course, table tennis, but also some more, out of, less recognized sports, because it's also part of the experience.
So what was your latest discovery?
The problem is with Russian channels, you don't get to make lots of discoveries on new sports. But I remember there was some pentathlon, archery, and so on. Like sports you don't generally see on TV. So.
Well, actually, I watch almost everything during the Olympics. That's why I simply... especially when I was a kid, I still have the memories of the 1980s Olympics in Moscow. That's why, to play in Moscow next year would be so symbolic for me, especially I hope that both French teams will be able to participate, and I think that both teams are actually having good chances for the medals next year. So what would be the team? Ali Reza?
Well, I mean, we don't know. I mean, of course, I think, I mean, if we have the strongest team, we have Ali Reza, Etienne and I. That's for sure. And then it's already not clear. There are 4 or 5 players who can...
so who are in contention for
decide for 2 spots. Well, at the moment, I would say, if you depends what you want. If you want an experienced lineup, you would take something like Christian Bauer and Laurent Fressinet, of course. If you want maybe some young guns, I mean, they're not so young anymore, but Maxime Lagarde, Jules Moussard. So these are the 4 that I can think of. There are other players who could actually, like Yannick Gozzoli also. Could definitely get a spot. And some others. Romain Edouard also played lots of time for France, and so on. I think we have young talent.
Yes, I wanted to come back. Yes,
with Grandmaster, and he actually played in the French team in 2019. But that was also because
none experimenting also.
Yes, and none of the main team was playing. So for the moment, he clearly doesn't have the level to play in the French team. But hopefully soon he has it. We even have some younger talents also coming up. So we could definitely be in contention. Especially if I manage to keep some good level for say the next 5-6 years. Maybe at this moment we will have very young guns, and there will be the old
the dinosaur.
The dinosaur,
as Nigel calls himself.
Exactly, the dinosaur.
Well, but it's getting more and more difficult. We have so many good players, and King G4 was played. I think that Anna is in big trouble here.
I mean, she will try something. Yeah, that's why. Also, because earlier, so she could sack the pawn. And here, what I don't like is she could have her pawns on e7 and d6. That would have been much more.
You mean
solid. You lose the a5 pawn,
that you
but
had before, yes.
Here, if you had lost the a5 pawn with the pawns on e6 and d5, it's over. But with the pawn on e7 and d6, you have chances to fight. So that's why I was advocating for this active defense earlier.
Yes, let's get back so I can show it before.
And there's a question. There are actually chess Olympics. It's called the Olympiad. Of course, it's only one event. Yeah, it could have been Olympics in Rapid, in Blitz, and so on. But it takes too much time to organize. But maybe it could be an idea to do it like a real full chess Olympics where you maybe not like the actual longer one. You have the separate chess Olympiad, and then you have some Olympics with some Blitz, some Rapid, maybe some problem solving, study composing, and whatever you can think of, blindfold play. I mean, I actually think blindfold chess is very interesting, but it's never played because for one thing, chess players find it too difficult, which is true, but it's also very challenging.
Yes.
I think it could be quite fun.
And
she actually resigned.
Yes, Anna Muzychuk resigned. I just wanted to show this position, so you thought that she had to keep this structure. Yes.
And go rook b8,
go rook b8 here. So a very important victory for Alexandra Garechkina.
So now we have the final set. So it will be Alexandra
two
Garechkina.
Alexandras playing in the final. And
two Russians. Yes.
So there will be a Russian winner of this World Cup.
There will also be a Russian finalist
in the
Open World Cup.
The Open World Cup. And please don't forget that even though we have a free day tomorrow, there will be a match for the third place. So Anna Muzychuk will play against Tan Zhongyi for the third place, and in the open section there will be a match for the third place as well. So because even if Magnus qualifies, will be in the last 4, then you still have the 2 spots for the candidates.
Yes.
So even if he's in the final, then the match for the 3rd place will actually decide.
If he loses in the semifinals, then the match for 3rd place isn't very useful.
Yes, but in this case, the match for the 3rd place will decide who will get the 2nd qualification for the candidates. Maxim, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. I think that we definitely lost Nigel, so we'll have a look at the results, which will come up on your screens in a second.
Yes.
So Sergei Karyakin, okay, let's women's first.
Everything's set. So we have, like we said, we have 2 Russians.
2 Russians. And first of all, please don't be fooled by Alexandra's Kostyanyuk rating. 2,472 doesn't reflect her real strength at all. And I think
she's actually up 50 points.
Yes, she's on a such winning streak right now. She's probably, her life rating is like 25, 20 or something. So, Maxim, one word, what do you think about this final match?
Who is going to win? I mean, Goryashkina has been extremely impressive this year. She actually qualified, I think, for the Russian Super Final, which is a huge achievement for, that probably many 2650 players never achieved in their career. You have 5 or 6 qualifying spots, and there's like 15 players over 2700 from Russia. So. It is a huge achievement. I think she's the obvious favorite, but don't count out Alexandra Kostyanyuk. She played so well as well. She's been, very convincing.
She's the former world champion.
She won when she was 18, No,
she was much older. She won in 2008.
2008,
yes. She actually played against Hu Yifan, who was 14 at the time. But I mean, it is so difficult to win this event. So she actually won one of those. So she actually had this feeling already. She knows.
And of course, she gained so much confidence in the last few months. Clearly, it's going to be a very tense final.
Okay, and now we'll have a look at the semifinals.
Yes.
So Sergei Karyakin has done it again.
We're missing Etienne, who couldn't make it against. Sergei has been very impressive to win another 2 games on demand. This is something out of the blue.
Maxim, but maybe he was a bit unlucky. He started with black every time, so like. He won on demand, certainly, but he like.
I've never thought you were unlucky if you start with black. But actually, to be fair, in my career, in World Cups, I only once had to win on demand because all the other times I lost, it was the 2nd game, and then I would not have a chance to win on demand. So the only time I had to win on demand, I actually won the game. It was against Yakovenko. From my memory. Sergei has won like at least 8 or 9 games on demand in previous World Cups. For instance, against Artemiev here. It's extremely impressive to manage it so often.
We have Magnus Carlsen facing Jan Krzysztof Duda, and we have Vladimir Fedoseev playing against Sergei Karyakin. Sergei Karyakin has won this tournament as well. So what do you think about those matches?
Jan has been very impressive, actually, in this World Cup. It's a format that suits him well. He plays well in rapid. He has good nerves in general. He played a very impressive match against Sasha Grishuk. And, Sasha Grishuk is one of the few players I consider to be a reference in this format. Like, if you beat him, it means you've already done something good in your World Cup, even if that's not what counts, also, Jan is lucky in a sense that, he gets a free shot at the candidate spot. And even if he loses this match against Magnus, he will get this match for 3rd place that would grant him a spot. Whereas if he wins against Magnus, the loser of other semi-final won't have that chance.
Okay. Maxime,
and then there's a second match, Sergei against Vladimir Fedoseev. Of course, I would say that Sergei is the favorite, but maybe he's lacked a few rest days, and when it matters, they will count. And Vladimir has been playing also extremely impressively.
He didn't lose a single game in this event.
Yeah. And so I would say it's going to be a close match. And also his rating is under 2700, but he's been live 2730 or something at some point in his career, Vladimir. So, he can be a very, very dangerous opponent, also very good, very dangerous in rapid. So clearly it's going to be a very tense match. So
this format suits him as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's at some point there were lots of big guns losing and so on, but at the end of the day, when it comes to semifinals, you only have the only sort of surprise figure is Vladimir Fedoseev, but is also extremely good. So, when it comes to this stage of the competition, there's only big guns left.
Thank you, Maxime. I just wanted to say that you haven't trolled me once while being in the studio. I'm thinking, what is going to come afterwards? Do you know, who are our sponsors for this event?
Oh, no. Good luck.
Well, you have them, as Nigel likes to see. So I would like to thank you, our sponsors. We have a lot of companies sponsoring this event. Gazprom is the general partner, so it supplies natural gas and all other energy resources all over the world. We have Norilsky Nickel, which is the leading Russian metals and mining company. And it's the world's largest producer of high-graded nickel and palladium. And last but not least, we also have the Russian company Fosagro, who has been a strategic partner for the Russian Chess Federation and FIDE for quite a while already. They support chess, and this company is the world's largest producer of phosphate-based fertilizers. So how did they do?
Well, I was not listening.
Thank you so much, Maxime, for joining us. Please remember that tomorrow we have a free day, which is most welcomed not only by players but also by commentators. And we will meet you, in a day at the same time. And Nigel Short will join me this time. Thank you so much, and see you soon.
Thank you.